Okay, I really hope that that's working. As I was playing the stream intro, I realised that I hadn't put my microphone where it was meant to be. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you for joining me for the April... It is still April, right? April live stream? Fingers crossed, maybe. Let me know if you can hear me okay, if you can see me okay. That would be great, because I am never sure if I'm going to have technical problems, and usually I do at some point, so... Yes. Hello, hello, hello. So, just while everyone kind of filters in and joins, I even remembered to post it on Instagram, which honestly is pretty much a miracle at this point, because I will almost always, like 9 times out of 10, forget to do that. So, hello, hello, hello. Let's see where everyone's from, just while everyone filters in. Let's have a look. Finland, Germany, Chicago, Devon, Virginia, New Hampshire, Greece, Florida, Wales, Tokyo, Indiana, Amsterdam, Austria, Colorado, Illinois, Poland, France, Brighton, California, Lisbon. Wow, so many people from so many places. Wow. It always amazes me every single time. So, for today, YouTube has decided to do something a little bit different, which we're going to have to see if it works. I have been told for months that in America, they have a Q&A section on live streams. Now, we've not had that here. And this month, I went into the live stream and there was a Q&A thing that I could click on. I don't know if I can get that up. Where is it? Do I have it on here? So there's a question thing on my live stream, which is actually incredible. So I'm hoping that now questions will automatically be put in the Q&A section. That's amazing. I'm not sure if it's actually going to work though, so no promises on that front, but this might be the first month where I don't lose some of the chat. Miracle. So, as always, these are kind of general community chats. They're not necessarily about any set topic. I will typically answer any questions that come in chronologically as best as I can. Typically, I will go chronologically so that I'll work from the top down. That means, though, that I'm often quite far behind the rest of the chat. So if you are seeing that your question is not being answered, it is not because I'm ignoring it, it's usually because I haven't reached it yet. So with that being said, please try not to spam questions. I just take a while to get through the chat. If I don't know the answer to a question, I will usually tell you that. There's no point in me... I was gonna swear and I was like, I can't start the stream off by doing that. If I don't know the answer to the question, I'm not gonna make up something for it. I will just either direct you to a different source, or I will straight up just say, I don't know, because I am, sadly, I wish I was, the font of all knowledge. I am not. So, yeah, with that being said, let's start going through them. I have no idea how well this is gonna work, because this is an entirely new system. Oh, so you have to click, okay, so updates, we have to click the Q&A tab, and then you can put the questions in the Q&A. So if you have any questions that you want to be answered, stick them in the tab, the Q&A tab, and we'll have to see if this works. I have no idea if it will or not. This is a bit of a trial and error, so please bear with me. Firstly, though, I do just want to say thank you so much to LV, thank you so much, and also to Tricia, I really hope it's Tricia, thank you, and also to, oh, I know I'm going to butcher this, and I say this every single time, La Cocindera, I really hope that's right. So straight away we've got, what is your favourite herb for protection to work with? Nettle. All day, every day. If I want to do a protection working, I will reach for my ginormous jar of nettle, because I can't help it. It is just such a strongly protective herb for me. And I think maybe that's because we have so much of it here in England. It's literally everywhere. And I, as well as many other people, have been injured by it, let's put it that way. So for me, it's a very defensive, and also it's really good for repelling. So if I were to say use a witch bottle, perhaps, I might want to add nettle in there, but I would mainly want to focus on binding type protective plants. So things that are going to contain that energy, whereas if I was doing something that was designed to push away energy and almost create a shield or a barrier, then that's something that I would use nettle for, because it just has that intrinsic property for me. And the bonus is that normally dried nettle doesn't sting you normally, but if you really want to have that extra oomph, you can also use fresh nettle as well, but obviously nothing that's going to be long lasting, or it might rot and not be very nice at the end of it. Thank you so much to, I have no idea. Oh wait, well, okay, but I was looking at your username going, how do I split this into words? Thank you so much for your support and supporting me in the channel. It really means a lot to me. Okay, I'm going to go into the chat now, like the Q&A section, and let's see if it works. Let's have a look. The downside is this top one has kind of been cut off. What is this one? I just want to select question. Okay, you once talked about Raven Gramasi. I want to purchase a book. Is it worth it to follow his teachings? Thank you. So this one is, it depends. I wouldn't say that any author should be followed 100% in everything that they say. I think that Raven Gramasi has some really interesting books, and I think that there's a lot of useful information that can be gathered from them. Whether it's, say, something that you should be completely following all of his teachings, perhaps not. It's very personal. I find that even just the books that I really like, such as the Familiar book, Raven Gramasi, I forget what the book is actually called. It's his book on familiars. Even within that one book, there are sections that I really love, and there are sections that I maybe don't love so much. And so with everything, I'd say take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But if you enjoy the writing style and you enjoy the kind of books that I like, then a lot of his work you might really enjoy. But I just wouldn't follow absolutely everything. And that even applies to my favorite of favorite authors, you know, even like the best of the best, in my opinion, I still wouldn't follow anything. Blindly is the wrong word, but I wouldn't follow anything necessarily in totality. I don't think I've ever used that word before. Where did that come from? So yeah, I love this new Q&A feature. I think this is great. So let's have a look. What do we have here? What is this one? Where was I? Is it possible to make someone ill from your personal energy without knowing that it's happening? I had a co-witch claim that my personal energy was too bright and it was causing her to be ill. Yeah, so this is definitely something that can be done. It isn't necessarily guaranteed to cause people like to be unwell or to feel not great, but it's generally this overwhelming energy when someone isn't completely controlled. I'm not sure if controlled is the right word, but if our personal energy is just allowed to kind of just keep going and going and going, it can interfere with other people. And that can cause problems both for them and for us if we allow it to happen. So not only does it potentially attract in unwanted things and even unwanted energies and people, but it also has an impact on the people that your energy is interacting with, especially if they are incredibly sensitive. So I'm talking like energy workers or really focused energy workers, empaths, people like this are going to be more negatively affected by it because it's just so overwhelming. And that is why they will often have shields and guards in place. But sometimes it's a case that energy isn't controlled in a way, and so it can then interact with and impact other people. And how different energies interact is going to be a very individual thing. Some people will find your energy to be really enjoyable, other people will find it to be just way too much. It could be worth, if you are concerned about this, perhaps just doing some practices, some energy based techniques, just to try and like rein it in a little bit, just to have a tad bit more control, because that way it might not continue to happen. Okay, let's have a look. Is there any spell for studying, because my A-levels are next week and I haven't studied yet? You haven't studied yet? Oh my goodness, that is A bold choice. I need something to motivate and calm me. I mean, there's lots of things that can be used to help focus. I just opened the wrong tab. Oops. There's lots of things that can be used to focus. So for instance, rosemary is often used for memory, for study, for concentration. You can use teas for this purpose as well. There's lots of workings that can be carried out, but I'm going to be really, really honest here and say, if you haven't yet studied for your A-levels and you have a week to go, I don't think that any working that you can do is going to resolve that. I think if you want to do workings or listening to, say, like binaural beats or focus music or things that have that kind of energy associated with them can help. Drinking things like peppermint tea can be really useful, but also peppermint and chamomile are really good for that, and then using rosemary and doing spellwork and ritual. But ultimately, there is nothing that can get you through it if you are not getting yourself through it. I've been there. It sucks. Like my A-levels were honestly the worst exams I've ever had to do, just because it was so stressful. But you will get through them, but you definitely need to be putting the primary focus needs to be on you revising rather than the workings you can do to focus on revising. Otherwise, you have the tendency to perhaps be focusing more on what you need to do to revise rather than the actual revising. But I wish you all the best, and hopefully it goes really well. Okay. Okay, so this isn't one that I'm going to be able to answer myself, but I'm definitely going to open it up to everyone else. I'm interested in working with Heike and was wondering if you know anything about her or have any book recommendations. So I don't work with Heike myself. So if anyone has any recommendations, if you do work with her, feel free to put them in the chat. And I think that's going to be useful for everyone, because it's definitely not a topic that I am particularly well versed in. So, let's have a look-see. Thank you so much to C. Watson Cook. I have to go through all of my Instagram DMs. I'm really far behind on them. And thank you so much to Jojo in 3D. And also to La Coqueret. I knew I was going to say this wrong. La Coquindera. Thank you so much. My son asks, how many Minecraft worlds you have? A lot. I start and then I progress really far, and then I don't play for ages, and then I come back in again and I just basically start from scratch. Though the one that I'm currently working in the most, I'm building, this is not going to be interesting to anyone else, I'm sure. I'm building a giant village where each building is big enough for a village of villagers, so they're like ginormous houses, and each house has a village of villagers in it. Should I be spending my free time doing that? Maybe not, but it is entertaining at the very least. So, where was I? Here. I am here. Here we go. What is your preferred card to pull in the morning when it comes to tarot versus oracle? As in, which style of deck do I prefer? Ultimately, it depends on how brutally honest I want it to be. If I feel like I need a kick up the arse, then I will go for tarot. If I feel that I want something a little bit more gentle, maybe I'm already not having a great day, I will do some oracle. Typically though, I tend to focus on tarot. Mostly just because I feel like I get the most no nonsense, I'm not going to swear this early on, answers. And so it really gives me a focal point for that day. Plus my tarot deck is very honest. And the guides that I work with when I'm using my tarot are like, are you sure you want to know the answer to this? And I'm like, yes, please. I'm braced for it. Just tell me. So I typically prefer tarot. Generally, with all forms of divination, I prefer tarot over oracle, but that is just personal preference. Do you have any recommendations on light oracle and tarot decks? So I don't really have that many that fit into this kind of category, mostly because I have just one here. I end up with this kind of deck, which are maybe more kind of earthy based, plant based as well. But my first ever Oracle deck that I got was Work Your Light, and that is still one of my favorite Oracle decks ever. It's probably one of my favorite card decks ever, actually. It is just so beautiful. The artwork is just incredible. And so for me, that's really what I would be drawn to in terms of like light Oracle decks. I don't actually really use that many light tarot cards because I typically focus on the Rider-Waite-Smith. But if anyone has any recommendations for their favorite kind of light Oracle and tarot, please let us know in the chat. I think that would be really interesting. Right. Where am I? I'm lost. Would help if I was on the right tab, and I was definitely not on the right tab. I've got a poppet that I don't want to destroy. What are your thoughts on keeping the poppet? Well, it just depends on what you feel comfortable with and what you feel particularly drawn to do, because poppets don't necessarily have to be broken down after that working is done. So if you've done a poppet, say to protect someone, that poppet can just be kept sleeping or dormant between uses. So sometimes you will have a poppet that's just like a general okay, I feel like I need to backpedal here. For anyone who isn't aware, a poppet is a magical doll. So it's a doll that has been created to represent a specific person in spellwork and ritual. And those poppets can be just generic, so it can just be a doll that represents a person. And then the spellwork that you carry out with that doll will alter why that doll is being used, whether it is for money, for protection, for health, or you can make a doll with a specific intention. So you can put like herbs and items in which represent protection. So it automatically is a protection poppet for a particular person. It's kind of a different way of doing it. But when we're making and using poppets, we can just allow them to go dormant. They don't have to be used constantly. So while that poppet's in use, you would be charging it with energy, and then that energy then transfers through contagion as well as sympathetic magic, depending on how you're doing it, so that it then impacts the person that poppet represents. But when we aren't using that poppet anymore, we can just allow it to have no energy, keep it in, say, a black silk or satin cloth, and then just keep it in a shoebox and just keep it safe somewhere. And then if you ever need to work with that poppet again, you can bring that poppet out and you can continue using it. So it isn't necessarily something that you have to destroy if you don't want to. And then you can also just use them as general representation if that's okay. If you want to keep the poppet, but you don't want to use it for that particular purpose, you can always cleanse that poppet, remove any associations with a particular person, whether that be yourself or someone else, and then you can just use it as just a blank doll again. That's an option as well. So honestly, it depends on context more than anything, like why that doll's been used. Okay, where was I? Oh, this one is a really interesting one, and the answer is probably going to be a no for this one. How are you? I'm doing a lot better, actually. I will be honest. Last month and the month before was a bit of a doozy. That's why my videos have been so delayed, because it was a lot. Bless Phil. Phil Mod. Phil is also my best friend, for anyone who doesn't know. He's been put through a lot the past 2 months. It's getting a lot better. Do I have any beautiful or moving paranormal stories? I don't necessarily have any moving paranormal stories per se. I've had experiences that were beautiful in the way that they appeared, and also beautiful due to the context of it. So one of the most memorable moments that I've had was very much one of the first times where I'd experienced something with someone else. And it was that moment of, oh, wow, okay, so it really isn't just me. And so for me, it was very moving in that sense. And the experience that we had was also really moving. So I forget where we were. We were in North Wales somewhere. And we were just walking down this street. And there was this, I don't even know how you describe it. It was almost like a person, but not quite person shaped, but they were just light. Like they were like shimmery. and it just moved so quick across us, like maybe like 10 feet in front of us. It just moved across in front of us, and I just stopped dead. And the person that I was walking next to just went, "Oh, you saw that too, didn't you?" And so neither of us had said anything to each other. We hadn't like described anything yet, but just immediately we were like, oh, so we both just saw that, and then we essentially just in unison just described what we saw, and it was the exact same thing. And it was one of those moments where I was like, oh wow, okay, so it really isn't just me then, it is other people that are experiencing this as well. And so that was really good. It was really beautiful to see, because it was like so shimmery and shiny and exactly what you would think. I can never say it right, but I'm never going to be able to say this. I always say it phonetically, like how it's spelled, the Tuatha De Danann, but I know that's not how you pronounce it, where they're described as being light beings, where they literally just glow and shimmer from the inside out. I think that was really cool to kind of see that, whether that is what we saw or whether it was something else, I don't know, but that was really beautiful. And then I always remember being in the Chalice Well Gardens, in Glastonbury, and at the bottom of the gardens, if anyone has seen any of my vlogs from Glastonbury, you'll have seen it. There's like a series of small waterfalls that lead to a pool at the bottom, and there I saw two different water fae kind of in that bottom pool, just playing in the water, and that was really lovely because it was a very different fae experience than what I'd had before, and so it was really significant to me. And that was one where I was just by myself in a beautiful place, and I just never wanted to leave the gardens ever. Honestly, it was just so lovely just to be there and be present while that was happening. To be fair, as soon as they saw that I was watching them, they vanished. I don't blame them, because that would be kind of weird for anyone, but I just thought it was really, really lovely. So, am I missing anything in the main chat? Let's have a look. Thank you so much to Hoppy. I really hope it's Hoppy. With honeysuckle for binding, only use the vine, flowers, leaves, or root. Does it matter when harvested, full moon, etc.? If infused, do you sterilize the jar? That is a lot all in one. So I don't use honeysuckle for binding myself, and ultimately it's going to depend on the technique that you are wanting to use. If it is going to be simply for representation, then really anything that you feel you can collect that doesn't damage the plant is going to be applicable in that situation. I would say just make sure that you are drying it so it doesn't start rotting. If we are talking like physical binding, you might want to use something like a root or a stem that is going to allow you to manually bind with it if that's something that you want, but always make sure you get permission from the plant, because that can very easily hinder that plant and harm it, so just be careful with that. When to harvest really depends on what your tradition is, what you feel comfortable with. So you can harvest it for binding. It might be something that you want to diminish. So between the full moon and the new moon, when it is waning, could be really good. You might want to change how you are gathering it based off your kind of ideals behind it. Are you working with a particular deity in this scenario? Are they going to want something that's done at night rather than during the day, and basing it off something like that? If you're infusing something, would you sterilize the jar? You probably would want to, at the very, very least, clean the jar thoroughly beforehand. You might want to sterilize the jar as well if you're planning on keeping something long term, just to make sure that you aren't already starting with something that is not entirely clean. But it also depends on context, because if you're just using it for yourself and it's just going to be a short-term thing, it's probably not going to be as much of an issue than if you are using it in terms with other people or for a longer amount of time, then it might be more of a problem. So I really hope that is helpful. Fingers crossed. Right, back to the Q&A section. Let's see where I was. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one because I skipped this one earlier by accident. Do you have any book recommendations, physical or audio? Oh, see, this is so tricky because it's going to depend on what you're interested in. At the moment, you can't see them, They are behind me. I have a giant stack of Troy books that I just filmed for a video. So at the minute, it is Whitethorn Blackthorn by Nigel Pearson, I believe. Watch me have got that right. Or wrong. I might have got that completely wrong, but it's called Blackthorn Whitethorn, as well as Wished Waters by Gemma Gary are the two that I'm currently reading that I really, really enjoy. I generally, though, don't have any specific book recommendations right at this minute because I'm trying frantically to get through the Discovery of Witches series and I am completely obsessed. So I said I was going to bring it back again, so maybe that's something I should do, kind of my quarterly book breakdowns of all of the books that I'm currently reading in the witchcraft sphere, if that's something that you would really enjoy. But one audiobook specifically that I've been listening to, well, I have listened to, is... I've forgotten what it's called. It's The Big Red Book by Raymond Buckland. The Big Book of Spirit Communication, I believe. Is it? Raymond Buckland's Spirit. It is one of the few audiobooks. Yeah, it's called Buckland's Book of Spirit Communications. It's one of the few books that's audio-based that I found really, really easy to read. So I'd recommend that if you are... interested in that aspect of the craft, is that kind of spirit communication. It's very much centered in spiritualism, which might not be for everyone, but it is interesting. It's very interesting. I need to start working through my I have a giant list of audiobooks that I need to read. I need to start working my way through them, and then hopefully I'll be able to give you some recommendations for audiobooks as well, because I think that could be really useful, because not everyone wants to sit down with a physical book or even a digital book when they can listen to it as well. So yeah, if anyone has any recommendations for audio, like witchcraft or paganism audiobooks that they've enjoyed, feel free to stick them in the chat, because I think that would be useful for everyone. Okay. How long does it take before you receive karma for doing a hex? How long does it take? Wow. I have not spoken very much today. Let's try that again. How long does it take before someone to receive karma for doing a hex spell on you? So I think it's really important that, just kind of a general remembrance for all of us, karma doesn't work the way that social media wants you to believe karma works. So karma, in the traditions that it's originally a part of, at least as far as I'm aware, does not affect this lifetime. Karma impacts the next lifetime. So your behavior and your actions in this existence then will impact your karma as you move forwards. And so that's why karma is so significant, in that it's important that you do good in this life so that when you move on, it applies in that life. And so if you do good, you receive good. If you do bad, you receive bad. It's very much like yoga, in that it has been kind of butchered by social media and completely taken out of context to mean something entirely different. And also, not all traditions are going to believe in karma. So myself, karma is not a part of my practice, whereas for other people whose practice is rooted in traditions where karma is present, will have a very strong focus on karma. So I don't think it's necessarily a yes or no, here is a time frame. It doesn't really work like that, and different people from different traditions are going to have different belief systems that surround that as well. So I just think it's important to bear that in mind, because it is not uniform and it is not every single member of the community. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer that, because my path, as well as many others who follow a folk magic path or a traditional witchcraft path, often are twofold in nature anyway. And we don't necessarily believe in the rule of three, the Wiccan Rede, or in karma, as other traditions probably might. So, where was I? I am here. Do you have any knowledge to share with sprouting herbalist you wish you would have known starting out, and any tricks of the trade that may help make walking the path less overwhelming? I am not the best person to ask in terms of herbalism, because I have always kind of struggled. There are certain plants that I will have a really easy time with, and there are other plants that I will really, really struggle with. If you're interested in kind of growing things yourself, I think it's really important to take into consideration local flora and fauna and the kind of things that would naturally grow in your area rather than lots of exotic things that you would have to bring in, because you're going to have an easier time growing something in an environment where that plant would naturally be, rather than attempting to get, say, a tropical plant to exist in a much cooler environment. So I think don't reject or kind of ignore the plants that you maybe see every single day out and about, because they could be really, really powerful and useful. And also the ability to then look into local folklore and tradition that surrounds those plants can be incredibly powerful if you want to work with them in a magical sense, because all of my plant-based work is from a magical perspective rather than a medical one. And then, generally speaking, don't reject the plant spirits. I think it's really useful to focus in on the individual spirits and also the collective spirits to have kind of a better understanding of that plant as a whole, and then you can learn from them in that way as well. Right. I am somewhere here. What candle should I use for beginner witchcraft? So generally speaking, the question that I will ask is, how beginner are we talking? Because if we're talking beginner, I would say none of the above, no candles, no nothing really. Because if we're talking like beginner, I would say focus in on your energy work, your foundational practices, the things that are going to grow your practice from the ground up to make it really stable. So centering, grounding, energy work, energy sensing, visualization, meditation or mind calming, these kind of things are really, really powerful, and they're going to improve your practice in the long run. So if you are beginner, I would stick with no workings and just focus on the energy work and kind of the learning and the understanding. If we are talking kind of, you've done some of the foundational practices and you want to move up to something else, then I would say go for things that are quite accessible and quite affordable and also very universal. As someone who makes specialist witchcraft candles, a lot of them are very exactly that, specialist. You know, certain candles are going to represent certain things, and then the certain color tailors them even more. If you're just getting started, you're not necessarily going to know exactly what it is that you are going to use. So I would stick with tea light candles. I go through so many tea light candles. I use them so often. You can go for kind of spell candles, just small spell candles, votive candles, really things that you can burn fairly quickly. So tea lights can be 4-hour or 8-hour depending on the size of them. I would go with 4 though, that's a lot more manageable. Birthday candles can burn for 10-15 minutes max usually. You can go for votive candles, which will burn for about 8 to 10 hours, maybe a little bit more depending on the size of them. These are much more manageable to be dealing with, especially if you get them in white, because that's a very universal color. You can adapt that then to whatever it is that you need, and then as your practice grows and develops, you can figure out whether you want specialist candles. Do you want things in a certain color? Do you want to use them for a specific intention? There's so many things you can add on, like oils and powders and herbs and carvings and sigils and symbols that can focus in that white candle on whatever it is that you want, rather than making the mistake that so many make, myself included, of getting a whole bunch of colored candles and still having them. I have an entire set of beeswax rolled candles from the very start of my practice. At this point, I think they would almost be considered vintage. And I never ended up using them because I ended up sticking with just plain white candles. And they're also so much cheaper just to get plain white candles until you know what it is that you kind of enjoy and want to work with. So let's have a look. Some I simply don't know. So what are your thoughts on the Akashic field is a question I am not going to be able to answer, I'm afraid. If anyone has any opinions on this topic, feel free to mention them, but it's not a topic I've ever really looked into, and so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to give many thoughts and opinions, or any, actually. Okay, here we go. I have had many dreams that came true and have predicted things and have had many rituals that worked. My question is, what kind of witch am I? Am I even a witch? And what is this? So I think it's really important to remember that you are not a witch or not a witch. It isn't like a genetic predisposition. It's a craft, it's a practice, it's something that you undertake and develop. And so the type of witch you are is really only used to describe how you define your practice to other people. So I refer to myself as a hearth witch because the majority of my practice surrounds the hearth and home. I work with hearth-based deities. I use a lot of fire magic. So the term hearth witch is a really good description for my practice. If someone were to mostly work out in nature, they might grow their own plants, they might predominantly work with nature-based magics, they might refer to themselves as a green witch because it makes the most sense when describing their practice to someone else. I am a witch, just as that person is a witch, because that's how we choose to identify ourselves. So if you don't want to identify as a witch, you don't have to. There's lots of terms out there that people do use that maybe fit better with their practice than others, and it's something that we are actively practicing rather than something that we intrinsically are. With that being said though, myself and many others within the community have experienced things that came before that active decision that kind of pushed us into it. And so when it comes to dreams that come true, these are often known as premonition dreams. I've had a few friends of mine actually experience them themselves. It doesn't mean that you have to practice witchcraft. It doesn't mean that you are anything in particular. It's just something that some people will experience. For some people, it's every single time they dream, they're going to have a premonition about something that's coming in the next day or the next week. For other people, it might be something that happens in a year. And so if it's something that you want to develop or look into more, it could be worth keeping a journal of your dreams so that you can figure out how accurate they were, what happened, and when it happened. When it comes to having rituals manifest, this is something you're actively doing, I'm assuming. If you're referring to it as a ritual, it's something you are actually doing. And in which case, it's because you are focusing a lot of your personal energy on a goal that you want to manifest, likely while you're experiencing really strong heightened emotions. And this is often where a lot of people, myself included, come into witchcraft, because we want something to happen so badly, we do a certain number of things, maybe even intuitively, and then it manifests and it leaves you thinking, wait, what is this? What's happening? So it could be worth looking into witchcraft in general and see if it's something that you want to dive further into. I have an entire video on beginner witchcraft books that could kind of help you decide if any particular path is something that you're interested in looking into more. But it isn't that you are necessarily a witch or not. It is something where you are manifesting things through your desires and your energy, and you can choose to go further into that path if you would like to, or if you even feel comfortable to, because a lot of people choose to experience those things and then just not take it any further than that, because you don't have to if you don't want to. I was wondering if you could transfer home protection servitors to a different home. Ooh, I like this question. So yes, you can. It's going to, however, depend on context. So, and also kind of how that servitor has been created. So if you have a physical representation, a spirit vessel, a servitor house, a sigil that you've created, a spirit house, anything like that, then you essentially call the servitor into that vessel, its home vessel, and then you take that home vessel into a new place. And you essentially just have that entire process start all over again, where they're allowed out of that vessel and then they are then working in that new environment. So that's just the really easy way of doing it. So if you have, say, a clay sigil, like a clay sigil disc that you have used, and it has the sigil name of your servitor carved into it, you would call your servitor into that disc and then you would take that disc away with you. If your servitor is not attached to any physical object, you can create a vessel that you would use temporarily. So it can just be a box. Maybe you want to put some charged quartz in there just for a little bit of extra incentive and energy. And then you would call that servitor into that box and then transport them to the new space. A little bit like how you would move house fae and kind of brownies, any home-based spirits tend to go the same way, and that way you would call them into a vessel, take that vessel to the new place. The other way of doing it is to simply ask and request that they follow you if they would like to join you in the new space, and in which case then you can do that. If that isn't going to work at all, you can always dismantle that servitor and then recreate that servitor in the new location if that is more suitable to how you created them in the first place. Because there's so many different ways of creating servitors, it's really hard to just kind of give one concise answer on this. Okay. Where was I? Did it jump? It jumped. I genuinely didn't think it would jump while I was in the questions section. So for anyone who's just joining the stream now, YouTube has put a new feature in that I'm finally able to access, which is the Q&A chat, where it's a separate chat from the main chat. So all the questions can be in one place, which I'm thinking is going to be really useful. So if you want to have your question answered potentially sooner, because I'm kind of focusing on the Q&A chat right now, feel free to stick it in the Q&A chat and I'll try to get to them as quickly as I can. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm hoping that this works, because that would be amazing if it did, because that would solve so many of the issues I've been having on the streams. So, here we go. What is your favourite hot chocolate brand? Whittard and Chelsea. I absolutely love them. Every Christmas, I get a Whittard and Chelsea hot chocolate. I'll be honest, during 2020 and all of the events that happened in 2020, I became completely obsessed with having a daily hot chocolate, and it was always the Rocky Road hot chocolate from Whittard and Chelsea with Black Forest syrup in it. If anyone has had the Costa Black Forest hot chocolate around Christmas, it tastes like that. And it was amazing. So yeah, I think Whittard and Chelsea is probably my favourite hot chocolate brand. I'll be honest though, usually I go out and have hot chocolate because I enjoy, I love coffee shop atmosphere. I just really enjoy it. So yeah, that is typically my favourite. It might be surpassed though at some point, who knows. I've never had the Hotel Chocolat hot chocolate, which is apparently absolutely incredible. This is a complete tangent that is unrelated to everything else, but maybe you're interested, who knows. Okay, here we go. What advice would you give for establishing a consistent, sustainable practice? I either try to do too much and burn out, or I don't do enough and I don't progress as a result. Biggest thing is don't try to progress. I know that can be really, really difficult, but there is absolutely no requirement for progressing your personal practice. There is no next stage that you need to reach. That, I mean, I've heard it all. I remember when I first joined social media, I was told that I wasn't a real witch because I didn't have the levels. I know, it's I was told that because I wasn't a level 2 or above, then therefore I wasn't a real witch. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, what are you talking about? That's when I realised that they're actually referring to kind of Alexandrian and Gardenian style of practice, where you go through the different levels. That does not make you a successful practitioner. I'll be honest, it just doesn't. I mean, how many people have I met over the years that say that they are a level 4 Reiki master, or they're a level 3 witch, and yet they ask the most basic questions? And that's not to say that questions are bad to have, but more that even if you had these accolades, these titles, that doesn't make you any better of a practitioner than someone who is just doing the same thing that works, and they have been for the last 10 years. I think this constant desire for progress can actually be kind of detrimental, and I've experienced it myself, wanting to move on to bigger rituals, wanting to learn something new, progress onto something else, work more ceremony. It puts us under so much pressure. And so I think the biggest thing for having a sustainable practice is to realize that your practice is not going to be stable all of the time. You will have occasions where you do so many workings that you're exhausted because you need to do those workings at, say, a given astrological season. Maybe you need them really urgently at that given time. And then you will go through phases where you will do one working in a year and a half. And that doesn't mean that your practice is a failure or that it's lesser. It's just the fact that at that given time you aren't necessarily needing to do the workings that you were, say, 6 months in advance. So it's not really the best, it's not necessarily the best advice, but generally just accepting that there is no kind of perfect middle ground in any of this. It is going to be so dependent on circumstances and what you feel drawn to work with at any given time. And so it's about taking that pressure off yourself and just saying, well, when I'm going to progress, I will progress. And when my guides and my spirits and my servitors, whatever it is that you're working with, when they think you're ready to progress, you will progress. And it will be something that's very natural, and it won't feel like it won't feel like you're having to force it. You won't feel guilty about it. You won't feel like you have to push yourself into it. You will just flow into it, and it will be easy once you take that pressure off yourself. And it's another reason why I think sometimes social media and comparing to other people's practices can be really detrimental, because comparison is the thief of joy, as they say. It makes us feel as though our practice isn't practicing enough. Our practice isn't good enough. When if it works, it works. I'm not sure if that really answers the question, but it's the only way that I could get myself out of that as well, because I always wanted more isn't really the word I'm after, but I always wanted to be better, to do better, to be more complex, to be more intricate, to do it more often. And in reality, that's just not me. That's just not my practice. And I've kind of had to come to be okay with that. Okay. Onwards. I missed that entirely. I don't know how I missed that one earlier. What kind of protections would you do in an apartment? Would it be different than a house? Yeah, the techniques that you might use would probably vary from a house, simply because the space that you are protecting is going to be slightly different. So witch bottles are still useful. This is technically kind of personal protection, but it's usually kept in a house. So you can still do your protections like witch bottles. You can still have your little protective herbs on windowsills. You can still use your black salt. You can still use your sigils. All of that kind of stuff, I've got the hiccups, I'm sorry, is still applicable in that setting. But what maybe wouldn't be applicable are the walking perimeter working. So a lot of house protection involves walking around the perimeter clockwise and doing your workings to raise that energy up to create kind of a shield or a bubble that goes around your property. This can then be anchored in place with a physical object like an iron nail, something like that. That kind of thing is not necessarily going to apply the same if you live in a terraced street or a semi-detached property, or if you live in a block of flats, because you are essentially going to be protecting everything in that row of houses, in those 2 houses, in that big block of flats. That's going to take a lot more energy, and it might not be something that you want if all you want is to protect your home. So what you could do instead is, instead of walking the exterior of that property, you would be walking the interior perimeter of that property whilst you are inside. So it's just little things like that where you might want to tweak and change them based off what it is that you are able to do. And also, if you don't have access to kind of outdoor spaces, you're not going to be able to anchor your workings in a garden, for instance. Instead, you're going to have to anchor them inside. So if you wanted to do the whole thing with anchoring it with, say, an iron nail, you can put it in a plant pot instead and have a plant in a pot be the anchor point instead of, say, a garden. So it's just little things like that you're going to have to shift and alter depending on your circumstances. I do believe that there is a way to look at the questions. There's a little tab at the top that will say chat, and if you were to click on it, it will give you an option that says questions, and then you can have a look at all the questions that have been asked. I'm not sure if anyone else can see them, but I'm trying to select the question, and I'm thinking to me anyway, it's coming up at the top of the chat. Is that happening for everyone else? Because this is very much a a trial and error stream, because we've never used this kind of process before. So just let me know what's happening, because I can't see it from your side. I can only see it from like the back side of the chat. Which sounds a lot ruder than it actually is. Okay, where am I? I'm here. How would you suggest getting started with spirit work as someone who isn't very good at sensing energy? So I would say get started by verbalizing things. I think that to me is how I find it incredibly useful, in that if you're not very good at sensing energy, then working with energy is not going to be that useful in this scenario. So if you want to start, say with house spirits, if you want to reach out to any spirits that are in your home, then I would verbalize it. Say hello. Greet them, introduce yourself to them, ask if they would be willing to interact with you. I would say though, make sure that you have some kind of personal protections on, just to make sure that you're not being directly interacted with. You might even want to request that they interact with you in certain ways. So for instance, would you be able to come through to me in dreams? Or would you be able to make noise so that I know that you're here? Would you be able to make an area go cold if you're present? And this is a way of doing it so that you don't necessarily have to be using your energy if you want to work with spirits. You might also want to look into the things that you are experiencing in your day-to-day life. Are you seeing corner of the eye phenomena? Are you seeing orbs? Are you smelling things that are not present, hearing things that are not there? You might dismiss them immediately as being unrelated, but if you document it, it maybe allows you to know the better ways that a spirit can come through to you. You can also leave offerings for spirits and things like that, so that they know that you are willing to interact with them as well. That can be a good place to start. But yeah, vocalizing, just kind of verbalizing, can be really useful. Just to kind of make them aware that you want to interact with them too, because so many people will kind of be in a house and they'll go, oh, I've never had any kind of experiences. They've never come forwards to me. And I always wonder if any of those people have actually reached out. It's a little bit like sitting in a bar. You're just sitting there, and then at the end of the night you go, I'm so annoyed not a single person spoke to me. And it's like, okay, but were you wanting people to speak to you? Were you looking at people? Were you starting conversations with people? Or were you just sitting there looking like a storm in a teacup? Because if you're sitting there looking like a storm in a teacup, of course no one is going to come over and talk to you. You have to kind of start it, whether that is like smiling at someone or whether that's kind of broaching conversation. You know, it's that kind of starting point. And so that also applies to spirit work as well. Okay. Did you ever figure out what that cat/baby crying sound was from your latest video? I'm pretty certain that it was just a child outside, but it was just the fact that they were just right outside and I couldn't see anybody outside, because obviously they're like a small child, I'm guessing, and their parents must have been just like further along and I just couldn't see them. And all I could hear, if you haven't seen the most recent video, is this like wailing, howling noise. And it went on for ages as well. I cut that clip down so much. It's just something outside going, ah, woo, for like 5 minutes. And I'm sitting here filming and I'm just so confused, because at first I was like, oh, it's the dog. And then I was like, oh, okay, it doesn't entirely sound like a dog. Maybe it's a child. And then it howled. And I'm like, I don't know what that is and I don't know where it's coming from. I'm pretty certain though that it was just a child that was just somewhere outside. I just don't know where. Dum, bum, 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 bum. Why? I have it again. It's a small world in my head. How does that one happen? Is there any interesting witch history with belladonna or other rare psychic or other words or other rare psychic plants? Yes, so much. I am going to have to do an entire video on this. I have resurrected the Herbal Histories video series, so maybe belladonna will have to be the next one that I do, because I think that would be really interesting. If you haven't already seen the episodes that I've done, I did mandrake and then I did mugwort, and we're kind of focusing on the very witchy plants first, so maybe belladonna will be the next one that I do. Okay. Any fun or interesting Beltane plans? I'll be honest, no, because it is so blooming cold outside. It hailed today. It hailed. I'm actually doing a Beltane festival on Saturday, and it is set to be 9 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, and it's going to be cold and raining, and there's just something about it that just doesn't make me feel Mayday-y. To me, Beltane historically has always been out in nature, looking at all of the flowers, the green leaves, the kind of start of this abundant fertile season, and this year it is just grey and wet and miserable. And I honestly, I'm not feeling it this year, because I also hate the cold. There is just something about, I hate it. I like being warm. I like being toasted. Like right now, this room is freezing and I hate it. I want it to be warm. So, and that's why there isn't a Beltane video yet, because I've been trying to wait for just like one day of really nice weather, and we've not had it. So maybe this year just doesn't seem to be lining up with the Sabbats. I'm hoping that I will at least do a Beltane altar, but it's set to be like ridiculous. I say ridiculously cold. It's set to be cold for Beltane on Beltane, and I'm just not for that. I want to be wearing my cute fancy dresses. I want to be frolicking in the fields. I want to vanish into the wilderness with the forest creatures, and instead I'm going to be wearing like 4 coats and hiding from the hail, which doesn't sound super fun to me. Like, I love the rain, but yeah, just, I don't know, there's something about it that just doesn't make me feel super Beltane-y this year. Do witches believe in shapeshifters? Now, because witchcraft is essentially a practice, it's not necessarily a belief system in itself. You will find different people from different traditions, different religions, different cultures will definitely have a belief in shapeshifters. We see this a lot in varying kind of Native American traditions. You have a lot of emphasis on this, and it's seen in other parts of the world as well. Here, it's not seen quite so much. So we do see, wow, brain has gone to mush. What is the spirit that I'm after? I believe it's a Selkie that I'm thinking of. Yes, so we have the Selkies, which shapeshift between kind of a human form and a seal skin. So they will kind of transform back and forth. We also have stories of mermaids shapeshifting from being mermaids to being humans and back again. We have stories of the Fae doing the same thing, transforming themselves to look different, to lure humans towards them. We have stories of witches shape-shifting into varying animals like cats and hares and rats, bats, frogs, toads, to essentially enter into other people's homes. They are called different things, as is mentioned by Melanie here. Fetch, the idea of it's like an extension of yourself almost, that can shapeshift and transform into other beings. So we have this kind of idea, but we don't necessarily see shapeshifting in the same way as other traditions and other cultures perhaps would. So it's a very unique thing to each area, because depending on your religion, your background, your culture, your family tradition, your land traditions, it's going to very much vary your belief system. And that's why witchcraft is so incredibly varied and variable, and why so many people have very different what is the word that I'm after? Beliefs isn't necessarily the word that I'm after, but it can almost be kind of a whole separate tradition. It can appear that way simply because the belief systems behind it are so different and varied from someone that's perhaps half a world away. Okay, where was I? I was here. Have you ever struggled with belief? I'm new to the craft and interested, but struggling with skepticism. Yeah, definitely. But for me, it just all balanced out in a way. And so I often find that over time, the things that didn't work, say at any given moment, at a later point, I now have understanding over why they didn't work. So this is why I think doing readings before spellwork and ritual is really, really useful. I've been doing a lot of readings over the last 2 months, and pretty much lines up perfectly with everything that I've been experiencing every single time. And I'll do a working, and then I'll do a reading, and it'll tell me kind of the outcome of that. And I can even do it beforehand, do a reading beforehand. Is this working actually going to change anything? And if the reading comes out as no, there's no point in me doing it, because if I were to do it, it's not going to manifest anyway. And so for me, because I've been in it for so long, I can kind of see it balancing itself out. But if you are at the start of your practice, it's so easy to fall into it, especially if you are not really used to experiencing it. If you are not coming from the tradition, say from family, and you're coming into it maybe from a very scientific or atheistic background, it is going to be a lot harder for you to manage. But when it comes to skepticism, I'd say ultimately, if it's something that brings joy to your life, whether it works or not doesn't really matter that much. Some people will use it simply as a way of expressing themselves. Some people will use it as psychology with a witchy flair. Other people will see it as I do, where it's working with spirits and energies, and it's maybe more older in its view. But ultimately, if it benefits your life in some way, that's a benefit no matter what comes out of it. And I think that's really how I moved past it, is that kind of ultimately, if it's something that brings you joy, that's really the most important thing. Anything else is simply a bonus. Keep track on everything, keep diaries of what you're doing when you're doing it, and hopefully over time it will kind of start making sense in terms of the bigger picture. Because it definitely takes looking back at something after the fact to go, oh yeah, that was actually for the best. Or yeah, that didn't work because of this that was coming later. Or yeah, I did a reading 2 months later and it told me everything I needed to know about that. Like, everything tends to line up afterwards. How would you find out what your god or goddess is? So this one is very variable, very flexible, because there is no one god or goddess or both for any given person. So for some people, they may reach out to their god and goddess of their choosing and request that deity work with them. So they might do research on that particular deity, look into the mythology, the tradition, the folklore, the legends. They might leave some offerings, they might request aid, and then see if anything gets pushed back. Because when you're doing any kind of work with a spirit or a deity, it's very much like push and pull. You can keep push, but if that deity doesn't want to push back, you're not going to get anywhere with them. So you can reach out to a deity if you like, one that you feel particularly drawn to, but there is no guarantee that that deity is going to push back and want to work with you. You might notice that you are seeing signs, symbols, names cropping up. I had it a lot with mine. So my deities kind of came to me in two different ways. So with Bridget and Ceridwen, I had their names constantly going around my head, and I couldn't really figure out why. It was like Bridget, Ceridwen, Bridget, Ceridwen. And then I remember going into Starchild, and they had in their old shop in Glastonbury, that straight on from the door was this giant wall of loose incense, and right there was Bridget and Ceridwen. And that's when I realized that they were names that were coming through to me, because sounds have always been kind of a thing in a way, especially with deities. It kind of comes through in this mental audio. It's not physical audio because other people can't hear it, but that's how it's always come through. I realize that now. I didn't at the time. So that's when I realized that they were reaching out to me that way. With Kaunos, he came through in a very, very different way. So I was sitting in the White Spring, and in the White Spring, if anyone's been, there's several altars. So there's a Bridget altar to one side, and then when you walk around the side, there is a different altar, and now I forget what the altar is actually for. I always forget. Not actually Keranos, but while I was sitting there's a crystal ball on the altar, and he came through in the crystal ball as I was scrying in it, and that's how Keranos came through to me. So they can come through in very, very different ways. You have sound, you have signs, symbols, seeing different signs that all tie back to the same deity again and again and again. You might find they come through in tarot, in oracle, in dreams especially. You might find that they come through to you. And then if you want to, you can push back and you can work with them that way. So it just depends on which way you want to go. Sometimes the deity will push you, sometimes you will push the deity. It's just about deciding whether or not that's a working relationship that you want to have. And also knowing that it's not that you only have one deity or two deities. You could have any number, and your deities may well change over time and over your life. As you change and shift and develop, they might too. And then also it depends on tradition. So many people will follow Jesus, the Christian God. They may follow varying different figures, even saints in their practice, alongside other deities or in replacement for other deities, depending on what they feel comfortable with. So, are you going to share with us all some of your beautiful witchy jewelry and where you got it from? So I've done this in the past. I'll see if I can find the video. If you would want to do it again, I'm happy for me to do it again. So in 2021, I did a video called Favourite Witchy and Pagan Jewellery from Small Businesses. I'm sure I've done one more recently than that. Has the last 3 years really gone that fast? Oh no, maybe I'll have to redo it again, because I'll be honest, I've got some new jewellery, and I'm going this weekend when I'm at the show, the green team, which is where I got my beautiful rings from, are going to be there, and so I'm definitely going to be getting some more there. So maybe I'll have to do an entire video again on like my favourite jewellery and where I get it from. Honestly though, I know that people always ask me about these. I don't remember. I think I got these from just a small shop somewhere. I couldn't even tell you where. And then I also got asked about the pentagram earrings that I wear all the time. And again, they were just a gift from a shop in Whitby, apparently. My ex got them for me from Whitby when he was traveling. So yeah, a lot of them I don't even know. So any that I do know, maybe I'll have to like group them all together and put them in a video and hopefully support them as well, because I love supporting kind of independent artists, especially jewelry, especially pagan jewelry. I really, really enjoy doing that. Right. Do you know of any herbs associated with joy and happiness? Yeah, so you've got things like sunflower, marigolds, chamomile. Basically anything that is golden in colour is often used to represent this kind of joy and happiness. And you'll find this a lot. Any plant that is closely associated with the sun, as well as the colour yellow, is often going to be really associated with this. So in your local area, you might find that there are certain plants, if you can identify them, you can get like apps on your phone that allow you to do this. Look up a little bit of the magical associations of that plant, and if they are yellow or associated with the sun, they're usually going to be for happiness and joy. So there's a lot of cues that you can go off when it comes to plants that allow you to really easily identify them. So anything that is, I'm just going to shuffle forwards, anything that is associated with the moon, perhaps they flower at night, perhaps they are silvery leafed or silvery white petaled, you'll often find them associated with the magic of the moon, that being kind of dreams and psychic abilities, nocturnal magics, lunar deities, whereas plants that are associated with the sun, like sunflowers, are often associated with happiness, joy, perhaps slightly more masculine energy. If you follow the whole idea of the sun being masculine and the moon being feminine, they're often also associated with joy and happiness. So you'll often find the colour of the plant as well as its behaviour will often determine some of its associations, and then you can kind of look further into them. Okay. Ooh, what book is good for young ones who are wanting to learn? So this is actually a video that I'm planning on doing. So I am going to look for a whole bunch of books that are designed for children, like older children, young teenagers, and seeing whether I think the information is good or not. So if you have any books that you have enjoyed in this category, do let me know, and I'm going to see if I can get some and just kind of figure out which ones I like, and which ones I think are going to be good for growing a further practice. So I can't say any right now because I only own one book and it wasn't very good. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get a lot more before I can do that. And I know I said I wasn't gonna buy any more books until I went through the collection I already had. That kind of went out the window pretty sharpish. As you will see, I just bought a whole bunch of new books, so I definitely should be working through my to be read pile, but that definitely didn't last for very long. What advice would you have for someone with ADHD doing witchcraft? I have trouble focusing on my intent. Write it down. Easiest thing I can recommend. Now, I don't have ADHD, so obviously I cannot give you that advice from a personal perspective. If anyone is also experiencing this though, let us know what has helped you in regards to this. But I would say if you're struggling on staying kind of mentally present on that specific intention, write it down, draw a picture, write a poem, write a little paragraph, write some lyrics, write a chant that you can repeat over and over again. Just find a way of making it something that you can stay more engaged in, and also kind of folding that paper or folding up that poem and including it in that working is going to help even more, so that if you can't necessarily focus on it, then at least that intention is there in a written form so that you can then include it in that way. Right. Okay, here we go. I have a land spirit near my home that doesn't like people practicing magic in his area. It's not an issue for me, but I was wondering what type of spirit he may be. Interesting, because I'd have thought that you'd have perhaps answered your own question, because a land spirit is its own type of spirit. So are we not talking like a land wight? So we're not talking about like genus loci. Are we talking about a spirit that is attached to the land, or are we talking a land spirit? Because a lot of land wights perhaps will have issue with people practicing on their land, because that's them. That's the physical embodiment of who they are. If they have had negative experiences in the past, they may well say, I don't want anyone to do anything here ever again. And they might get really, I don't know what the term is with it. They might get really annoyed. They might get really frustrated. They might express themselves that way. They might just want to push you away and deter you out. If we're talking like a spirit that is attached to the land, that may well be any number of different kinds of spirits. That could be a human spirit that perhaps had a particularly strong dislike of witchcraft and witch tradition. It could be a spirit that belonged to a holy place, and so they are continuing to perpetuate the ideas and the ideals of their belief system while they were alive. It could be a particular fae or nature spirit that is not particularly favourable of practitioners, maybe because of something they've experienced in their own lifetime, because it's important to remember that to us it might seem like hundreds of years. To them it might be something that happened yesterday in their kind of time frame, so they could still be really offended by someone's behaviour from 50, 60, 200, 400 years ago. So it's difficult without extra context to figure out what it is that you are working with. So it's good to look at kind of cues that you are experiencing. Is there a smell that is associated with this spirit? Is there a particular noise? Is there a particular colour that you're experiencing? Is it certain times of day? Are your guides or your divination on the subject coming out with anything that is particularly significant? So if you were doing, say, card readings, and every single time you do a reading on the subject, it always comes out with kind of female presenting archetype cards. Now, it's important to remember that the archetype cards don't necessarily mean this is definitely a woman or this is definitely a man or anything like that, because everyone has the archetypes as a part of ourselves. But if you are, say, getting the high priestess coming out every single time, if you are, say, getting the hermit coming out every single time, then that might be a representation of who it is that you are working with in that space and who you are encountering. And so that might be something that is useful to kind of draw back in again, to kind of figure out what it is that we are working with. It may well be, though, that you are working with a land wight. I have had experiences of land wights hating people, and usually it is because of something that they've experienced, whether that be recently or further in the past, that is causing them to have a strong negative reaction to your presence there and the things that you're doing. So in which case it could be worth explaining what it is that you're doing, asking if they are willing to communicate with you through whatever that may be, whether that is dreams, automatic writing, whether that's tarot, whatever it is, so that you can have an idea of what's really going on in that space. So, do different types of fairy folk speak different languages? Now, it's hard to tell, but from everyone I've spoken to, it does kind of seem like it. You will have some fae folk that will interact with people as if English is their first language. How do I best describe this? It's like you know what is being said without knowing what's being said. If that makes any sense at all, I'm not sure if it will or not. But I had a friend once who would encounter a lot of, especially the court fae, or what some people would consider the higher fae. And it very much is you know what's being said. You are present in conversations. You understand the experience. You're not having to translate. It's like you just know what is being described. And then you have other fae where I have heard strange sounds, strange language, or simply no language at all that I can identify whatsoever. But realistically, there are just so many different varieties of fae out there. It would be impossible for me to be able to say whether any groups sound the same or interact the same, because language is a very corporeal concept. We have language as people, but then animals communicate in a different way than we do. And so it may well be that spirits will commune in a completely different way as well. So it's not language as we would necessarily perceive it. It is communication, but it doesn't necessarily have to come through in a verbal words and sentence structure like the way we would have it. I'm realizing today I'm very handsy. Not that kind of handsy, just I talk with my hands a lot. I get comments on it all the time. I'm sorry, I'm very hand expressive when I'm talking. It allows me to focus. I'm realizing it's like the focal point of what I'm doing. So, okay. When you do a jar, a bowl, or an oil, is it literally or metaphorically sealed when you're done, or can you add to it at a later point? It entirely depends on what it is that you are creating. So if you are steeping an oil, then you would perfectly be able to open it and add something to it, but it's important to remember that the more that is opened, the more likely it is that it will start growing bacteria. And so while that oil is steeping, typically you want to get everything in, seal it up, and then decant it afterwards without having too much cross interaction with other things. If you are doing a jar, for instance, or a bottle, it's going to depend on what it is that you want to do. So if you are planning on kind of growing and building things inside this jar, so like building that energy, then if you want to, you can add to it, but obviously every time you open it, some of that energy is going to be able to get out. If you want to contain something, you're not going to want to add to it. So it's sometimes literally sealed with wax so that it cannot be opened or tampered with. If you've got a bowl, you obviously can't physically seal that. You can energetically seal it so that nothing else can interact with it, but that's something where you might want to add to it over time. So it's less of a clear-cut answer and more of a it depends on the circumstances, which isn't super useful, I know, but it's my favorite word at the moment is nuance, and it's true, it's a very, very nuanced thing. Are you watching Spiderwick? I have heard that they are doing a new version. I have no idea what it is or where to see it or how to watch it. But anyone who knows me historically knows that if you want to have a physical image of the fair folk, watch the Spiderwick Chronicles and read the books, because I have never seen any piece of media do a better job at representing the fair folk than the Spiderwick Chronicles, and especially the movie as well was absolutely incredible. The brownie is like so good and so accurate. It really unnerved me, because when I saw it when I was a child, I was kind of confused because it was so close to everything that I was already experiencing that I couldn't tell if the author had their own experience or if they were just coming up with it, because it was incredible. As far as I'm aware now, it's kind of research has been done. But yeah, I really want to see what the new one's going to be like. So when I can, I'm going to have to check it out where possible, because the books were incredible and so is the movie. So, I mean, maybe it's not the best movie, but the way it represents them is incredible. Okay. Have you used, or what do you think about the Wildwood Tarot? Okay, so I have used the Wildwood Tarot. I get really good readings from it. The thing that confuses me the most, and it's really my only negative, okay, no, I have a few, okay, I'm gonna have to rein this in, plan my thoughts before I verbalize them. Lots of positives. The artwork is beautiful. The readings have been incredibly accurate. I'm really drawn to the deck. I think it's really, really beautiful. Downsides. It is really hard for me to shuffle because it's that like little tiny bit too big, but I'm not going to be able to cut it down like I would my other decks because there's no white border, which I love. I love the fact that there's no white border, but it means that the deck is a little bit too big. And also, none of the suits are the same. And that kind of confuses me. So you have the boons is the pentacles. Oh, it confuses me. I'm trying to remember them all. So the boons are the pentacles. You have spells, which are wands. You have, anyway, whatever it is, the fact that I'm struggling to remember it just shows the kind of difficulty that I have with it, because I love working with the deck. It confuses the hell out of me every single time I use it, because I just struggle so much to cross-reference each of the suits with the suits that I know. And this is mostly a case of I learned with the Rider-Waite-Smith, and so for me the artwork of the Rider-Waite-Smith is really what I focus on the most. And so when there is kind of confusion, I really struggle with it. So I do find that I more heavily rely on the book information just to tell me what is what, because they do tell you in the book which is which. It still just confuses the hell out of me. And then I don't think it's the king, queen, knight and page. I think that's different as well, which also confuses me. So beautiful deck, but confuses the hell out of me. It's something that I'd have to go over and practice again and again and again. But if I'm gonna do that, I'd rather just use my Rider-Waite-Smith. So I am trying to branch out. So at the minute I use my Rider-Waite-Smith deck for my personal readings. I will use the Wild Unknown for readings in regard to other people, because I've always found that deck is incredible for reading other people. It's not good for me reading myself. And then I will use the name of deck is gone from my mind. Wildwood. Confusing. I will use it for other things, but not so much. If it's the right deck I'm thinking of, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong deck, but I will use it for like general readings that are not just like me specific. So I think ultimately it just comes down to the fact that I am a sucker for the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. And that's going to be a problem for me because I'm kind of hooked on it. I really enjoy working with it. And so that's primarily what I do focus on. Ooh, it's on Thumbtack, which is on Roku. Oh, I have a Roku TV. Fantastic. I'm going to have to find that later. I got to figure out what's happening with it because now I really want to watch the Spiderwick Chronicles. Honestly, maybe I should do like what they got right in the Spiderwick Chronicles because it's good. It's really, really good. Okay. How do you give goddesses and gods a thank you when you really get what you wished for and put some magic into this? Different deities are going to want different offerings. Some simply want a thank you. I know that my deities in particular work with candles. So it will be I will assist you in this working if you burn this number of candles for me with this oil on it for this number of days. And that's how mine typically will work. If we are talking different deities, it might be an offering of flowers or of incense or of alcohol or of a particular beverage or a particular food. And it's going to depend on the deity in question. So it isn't necessarily a one size fits all, but I do find candles, offering candles especially, so like candles that are burned solely for an offering to that deity, as well as incense that is burned for that purpose as well, I think can be really useful. These things are, generally speaking, a great way of doing it because you are giving something for that particular purpose rather than doing it for something else. Same with like giving alcohol, giving beverages that are given solely to that particular deity. Actually, with that being said, I bought incense so that I could light some incense, and then I just never did. So we're gonna light some incense. For anyone that's curious, this is Spiritual Healing by Satya. I love this stuff. It is so nice. So let's have a look at where we were. What can one take as herbs or for rituals that help with anxiousness? The crazy world has got me overwhelmed. So generally speaking, I wouldn't necessarily, and I think it's really important for me to say this, I would not substitute medical and mental health aid for other things. So I would say always, if you can, talk to someone, because that is one of the most amazing forms of healing to help with anxiousness that we can have. Given the fact that I just opened Spotify again. I've done that 4 times during the stream. I have an anxiety disorder. I have OCD. I have had it for a long time. And for me, nothing has ever substituted talking to someone, expressing it, opening up to someone. It can be massively, massively helpful. But I understand that not everyone is going to want to necessarily do that, or they're not necessarily going to have access to it. So I will say I'm not affiliated with them in any way. You do have things like BetterHelp, which allow you to do it through your phone and these kind of things. But chamomile tea has always been particularly useful for me. It's one of those kind of relaxing things that is not only a relaxing ritual in and of itself to kind of take a pause and to have that moment, but also it is a very, in general, relaxing plant, and it is safe to consume as well. Just make sure that you are checking that it is not going to interact with any life experiences like pregnancy, breastfeeding, these kind of things, as well as with any medications. Another thing that I would say is incredibly useful is to journal. I have a diary that I write in every single night, and it is incredibly useful as a way of getting my feelings out onto paper and generally just expressing things that way if you aren't able or don't want to talk to someone in particular. And then, of course, as mentioned here, you can go to a local apothecary, local herbalist, but they should always be recommending that you cross-reference it with your medical doctor to make sure that none of the medication and health conditions you may have are going to be influenced. Because as much as herbs might be natural, that doesn't mean they're safe for everyone in every circumstance. Okay, how do you seal spell jars that have liquid in them? I can never seem to do it right, and they always leak after a while. I usually try to use wax. Yeah, they usually will. You can see the incense smoke. It's because I have everything closed in this room so that I can do these videos without getting external noise. That it means there's no airflow. So this is just static. I need to like open a window, but then you'd hear the road and it would just be way too loud. Anyway, so generally speaking, liquids, especially in corked bottles, are always going to be a problem, because especially when you have water, that cork is just going to soak up all of that water. And the problem with this is, especially if you're using wax, which is what I personally use, what will happen is that cork will expand and it will essentially push the wax away from the cork. And then when that water starts evaporating a little bit, the cork will shrink. And then you have a gap around that cork where that wax is no longer watertight. So I would say if you are wanting to keep something long term, keep it in a bottle with a screw cap. Always what I would recommend. I know it isn't the most aesthetically pleasing. A cork bottle is so much more interesting, but it is just better. I will use wax. I will drip wax. Another alternative is to dip wax, a little bit like they do with wine bottles, if you've ever seen them do that, where they dip it into the red wax. You can do a similar thing to that, but if in doubt, stick it in a screw cap bottle and you're going to have a far easier time with it. Definitely break down spiderwick like you did Sabrina. I will try. Yeah, I will definitely try. I'm going to have to watch it all over again. I've not seen it in years. I think it was on TV during lockdown, I think, and I watched it again, but I'm definitely going to have to watch it again. Okay. Could you do a video on storm magic? Yeah, I could definitely see if I can script a video for that. I'll see what I can do. I'll add it to my list. Okay. I'm a new witch and I just made my first spell jars. I'm wanting to redo them and add a few more things. Should I do an incantation this time, or will just focusing my energy and intention be okay? It really is up to you what you feel comfortable doing. I would say that you could probably get away with just the energy and the intention and then seal it back up again. But if you do want to do the whole thing again, at worst, it's just going to be extra practice. It's just going to be you doing it again to get the hang of it so that you can then do it easier the next time. So you can try it without, see how you feel about it. If you then feel like you want to, you can do the incantation as well. And it's just going to be extra practice in the long run. But as time goes on, it's going to get easier for you to know whether it's something that you need to do it for or not. Like, you'll be able to sense that energy easier so that it's just much more comfortable, so that you know next time what you're going to need. Okay. Where was I? What if I don't have the space and privacy to do a spell ritual? Could I imagine it while I'm meditating with a candle? Yeah, there's so many different ways of doing magic, and it doesn't have to be a formal ritual with a circle, with the quarters laid out, with the candles. Like, you don't need to be doing all that if you don't want to or aren't able to. So you can do it while meditating. You can also go into your inner temple. Now, I'm going to have to look into some books that specifically focus on this subject, because I learned it from Witchcraft Theory and Practice by... I can't remember the name. Where is it? Oh no, I know it's called Witchcraft Theory and Practice, and it's D'Angela's. D'Angela's, is that right? I'm going to Google this. Watch this be completely wrong. Yeah, so Witchcraft Theory and Practice by D'Angela's. Lee D'Angela's, yeah. I can't say that it is an incredible book because I have not read it in 15 plus years. But it is the book that I first learned about it, and it's essentially the ability to create an interior temple. I still use it to this day, where it's a place that you can go to internally, that is your own sacred space, where you can do your own rituals and spell work inwardly whilst projecting your energy outwardly. I'm sure there's lots of books on the subject now. I am going to have to see if where was I going with that? See if I still enjoy the book today, because I might not. It was one of the first books that I ever purchased, and it might be terrible. So take that at face value, do with that what you will, but that could be something to look into. So you can do your meditations with candles, you can do it where you are mentally doing the verbal charms. That's another way of doing it. I did that for a really long time. I didn't use any words because I was always practicing in a busy house or in, say, student dorms, and so it wasn't something I was ever able to fully do. You can also go inwards and do it that way. You can create small bags and pouches and things if you want to do that, so it's less ritualistic in nature. It's more what would be considered lower magic rather than the more ceremonial higher magic. Okay. What are the best tips to do a spell as a beginner witch? Now, I know that this is the same as before, the same person that asked about the candle magic before, so it's kind of the same answer. Are we talking beginner witch, or are we talking above beginner witch? Because they are two very different things. If we're talking beginner, the best tips I can give: start at the foundations, build up from there. I have an entire playlist on just like Witchcraft 101, like the basic foundations. If we are talking above the beginner foundations, just getting started on practice, then stick with doing workings that are designed on yourself, that are focused on yourself, because you're going to have a much easier time doing workings on your own energy than attempting to impact other people's energy. It's also less likely to have any issues. So protections are pretty good, workings to help grow and develop self-esteem, confidence, good fortune, these kind of things where they are directly impacting you, and then figuring out a style of practice that you enjoy working with, because not all practice is made equal for everyone. So some people might really enjoy candle magic, other people might really enjoy weather magic or water magic, green magic. Try different things, often surrounding something like protection, so that you can figure out what you like and what you don't. Okay, it has been, how long has it been? About an hour since I last said it, so I feel like I should say it again for anyone that's recently joined. YouTube has just added a new feature for me. I don't know if they've just released it in the UK or something, but the questions are now in their own chat. So right at the top, there should be a little click down, and in that click down, you can choose the questions tab, and then that contains all of the questions that I am currently working my way through. Essentially, that's what we're doing right now, and we're hoping it's going to work. So as always though, please be kind to the moderators. I do work through chronologically. If I haven't got to your question yet, I am not ignoring you. Please don't spam the chat. It's usually just because I'm behind and it's going to take me a while to kind of get through to everything. I am not convinced though that I will not lose questions. I think I might have already lost questions, honestly. So I apologize if that's the case. I'm trying to work through them as fast as I can, but I feel like I've lost some. Actually, I do feel like I've lost some, so I apologize if that's the case, because it just jumped to the bottom. Because of course it did. Of course it did. What is this? I don't know what this one is because it's mostly cut off. Do you have any magical disaster stories? No, not so much magical disaster stories. I've had workings where I've gone, you know what? I think this is the universe telling me that I just shouldn't do this working. You know, where you set, I mean, this was while I was still working at my parents' house, where I'd set up my circle and then I'd go, oh, I forgot the lighter. So I'd then open a door in the circle and walk through and then close it again, and then I'd go and get the lighter. I came back to the circle, I opened it again and walked in, closed it again. I'd sit down and I'd go, I forgot my petition paper. Okay, do the same thing again. And I think I'd opened and closed this circle maybe half a dozen times. And by the end of all that, I went, you know what? It's just not worth it. So that's about as disaster story as I get with it. Honestly, it's never been anything particularly grandiose or extreme or anything. It's just been little niggly things that tell me, you know what, maybe this isn't for me. Or I was doing a working in general, so I sell events. I sell spelled candles that are like charged with energy. And I was doing a set, and I always work with the same figures every single time I do it, and I set them on the table and I requested their aid, and they went, no. I'm like, what do you mean no? They're like, we are not helping with this. If you want to do it, you do it. We are not participating. I was like, are you sure? Why? And they're like, you don't need to know why. No. I was like, fine. No is a full sentence. Okay, I won't do that working. So that really is about as extreme as it's ever gotten. I know that I've lost some of the chat questions, and I'm so sorry if I had. So I'm just going to have to go down from where I am and hope that I don't lose any more. This is very much trial and error for the stream. We've never done it like this before, so hopefully that doesn't happen again, hopefully. The best gemstones and spells for improving physical strength and power. When it comes to this, it is all about focusing on what you are doing in the physical world. If we are talking physical strength, as in the things that you would build as like in a gym, you know, that kind of physical strength. If we're talking that kind of physical strength, you're looking at spells and also stones that are going to help with drive, with confidence to go, with that desire to work, and that focus is what you're going to be looking for, so that you can then better have success based off your actions in the mundane world. Okay. I feel drawn to Bridget lately. I'd like to start working with her. In saying that, I'm nervous of the unknown. How do I start, and what should I expect? I've kind of gone over this a little bit earlier in the stream, so I'm not going to dive too far into it. But generally speaking, every single person working with a deity is going to have a slightly different experience. A little bit like how every person is going to show up slightly differently in all of their friends' lives. They're still the same person, but how that relationship is and what the individuals need in that relationship is going to vary how you would show up in that relationship. And so it isn't necessarily a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. So for me, Bridget has always shown up as this very caring, nurturing, healing, protective figure. That's not going to be the same with everyone. So I'd make sure to look into mythology, folklore, legend, the backstory of the figures that you would like to work with and the deities and spirits. And that way you can kind of get an idea of what you would be expecting perhaps from them, or what the experience might be. How you start is really a case of reaching out. Maybe having a picture of her, maybe giving some offerings in her name, speaking outwardly, learning about the stories, giving some offerings in a little space that is dedicated. Perhaps it doesn't have to be anything complex, just somewhere that is laid out specifically. This can be temporary, like a shoebox or something, and just seeing what you get back. Because working with deities, as with working with spirits, is very much a push and pull type thing. They have to be pushing back again. You are essentially aiming to open that door to then see if she's willing to push back and start working with you that way. Any advice for doing healing spells on others? Remote workings are incredibly useful for this, because not everyone is going to be, especially if they're not particularly well, able to be present in that space. So poppets, bags are really, really useful. Same with knot magic, cord magic, little charms that can be brought to them so that they can then wear them and carry them. This kind of remote style of working is going to be way more useful in healing remotely. So like, as much as it would be great to have that person involved in a physical space, that isn't necessarily going to be suitable. And so if that's something that they would like to be a participant in, then any items that can be brought to them could be really good, as well as dolls, especially containing tag locks, and bags the same way, so that you can do that separately from them. Okay. I tried looking at practices from the country my family is from, but can't find anything specific, folk magic and witchcraft. Do you have any recommendations on how to find that info and where to start? History, usually. Because I don't have any context on where you're from, I can't offer anything really specific. You do not need to tell me. You don't worry about that. But you want to be looking into history, local legends, local folklore, any specific peoples that have history in your area that you can look into further. I think that's going to be really good, as well as fairy tales, kind of these, what are they called? Old wives' tales. All of these things have threads leading through to the past that, even if they are not in the exact context that they were when that information was first used, spoken of, shared, there are little threads of that lead backwards. So if you can look at any kind of local legends, local stories, all of that stuff is really useful, because ultimately folk magic is not something where you can just find it in a book and just immediately start working with it. As much as now you can have books on the subject, that information is due to the hard work of people that have done the research and looked into earlier things and adapted it into their own practice and seen what worked and what hasn't worked. So you're essentially going to have to go back to that starting point and do that in your area, which isn't necessarily going to be easy. You're looking at archive in libraries, you're looking at the reference section in libraries is often really good, especially if you have a local section. Anything like that is particularly useful to kind of start pulling the threads, because you're essentially untying a historical knot. Basically, you're just trying to pick it apart and see if you can tie everything together to lead back to some form of origin. Okay, where was I? Da, 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 da. I do tinctures, salves, and oils within my herbalism. I prepare these items with a high level of intent and still them with my energy. Do you feel that this intent is carried through to the recipient? Yes. I mean, that's the whole point of adding the energy in, I suppose. I mean, it's how I do it with my oils and everything. And if I can have that energy manifest in my practice, I don't see why that wouldn't apply to someone else who is receiving it. It's all about adding energy slowly into the different layers of things. They can then do with that what they will. They can add more to it themselves, they can add it into other workings, or they can just use it as is. But I do think that there is a degree of that kind of is passed over. I've never particularly practiced witchcraft, but have used natural abilities and intuition instinctively. Do you have any tips for balancing innate abilities and the learning of the craft? Trial and error, mostly. This is kind of how I started. I started with kind of doing things because I felt like it was the right thing to do and I was getting results. And then when I read a book, it told me that I was doing it all wrong and I actually had to do it this way instead. And I think the really important thing here is to balance those two out. You can take information from books, take the bits that work in your practice, and you can add them into what already works so that you can balance it out. Because I definitely cut off all of my earlier practice and then replaced it with all of the stuff that I found in books. And what I realized really quickly is that didn't work for me very well, or at all, actually. I had a lot of problems at the start where I felt like my practice wasn't good enough, or it wasn't working, or it didn't function. And in reality, what was actually happening was that I had completely overridden everything that I thought worked with what worked for someone else. And ultimately, witchcraft is an outcome-based practice. You see results from something, you repeat it. If you do something and you don't see results from it, you adapt it, you change it, you make it work. And then when it works, you repeat what you did that made it work in the first place. And so It's definitely something that takes some finessing. So take what works, leave everything that doesn't. Don't feel like you have to completely shift your practice around to go into more study of witchcraft if all of your kind of natural processes have already worked for you for so many years in the past. You know, don't feel the need to override it just because something worked for someone else. Due to medical conditions, my energy has been very, very low, leaving me feeling disconnected to spirit. Any suggestions on helping to still feel connected without spells? Honor the energy of time, I think, is probably the best advice I can give. So if you're wanting to still connect with that energy, connect with that spirit, and then also still not have to put a whole lot of your own energy into it because you simply can't, then using the events that are happening can be really useful. If you want to carry around crystals, carry around charms, using the different phases of the moon can be really useful for that, because you can set it and forget it. You can leave them on a windowsill during the full moon to charge and then use them for the rest of the month. It's not like an active process. If you want to do something that is related to abundance, for instance, then honoring the seasons as well can be really useful for adding that energy into your life so that you can energetically draw on that without having to do the spells and rituals if you aren't able to. It's essentially a case of working with maybe astrological events, or working with kind of the zodiac if you're interested in that, you know, focusing your energy on the energetic season that we're in. So we're in, I think we've entered into Taurus season now. I believe we've exited Aries and now we're in Taurus. So you can work with that energy just by feeling it in the energy around you and drawing it into yourself, or into just small chants and small phrases that you're doing, rather than having to do kind of a big energy draining working. If we're using the energy that's already around, it makes it a lot easier. Okay. When working with candles, does the type of wax impact the outcome? In my experience, yes. I personally do my best to avoid candles containing paraffin wax in general, since it's unnatural and less sustainable. Yes, so it's, for me, in the store, we work with beeswax for a reason. And to me, it's so much stronger to work with. It's a lot easier to charge it with energy. It's something that you can also dispose of differently as well, because when you're working with beeswax, especially natural beeswax, so it's unbleached, nothing's been done to it, it's just beeswax, that is something that can be disposed of differently than if you were going to be working with paraffin, which is essentially just a petroleum item. It's just plastic. So, and there's definitely a difference there. I try to stick mostly to beeswax or soy wax where I can. For tea lights, I do find myself using paraffin. It's honestly embarrassing. I've got an altar sitting right there and I've got this giant pile of tea light cases on it, simply because I use so many of them every single day for my deities. So I will use them for that, but not really for anything else. The rest of the time I will typically stick to soy and beeswax, because I do find that the natural nature of the wax makes it easier for energy work, and it makes it easier to dispose of as well. Not everyone is going to feel comfortable using different waxes for different reasons, so just trial and error and see what works. But I definitely find that some wax is better for my practice than others. Do you think that Big Ben stopping, as well as the White Horse in London, are omens for anything? No, I mean, this is London. Bad things happen in London all the time. Strange things happen in London all the time. Much stranger has probably happened. But no, I don't consider it to be a particular omen of anything. I think it's just stuff that made the news because nothing more interesting was happening that day. That's usually what happens anyway. Okay, what working would you suggest to guard against negative energy from a person with whom you need to maintain a relationship? Similar to a cord cutting, but for sustained contact. I would, instead of doing any kind of working per se, focus more on protection magic on yourself to protect your own energy, cleansings to make sure that when you are away from that energy is not then following you back to your home or integrating into your life. I think that's probably more useful perhaps, because I mean I get asked a lot, can I do a cord cutting if I'm still in contact with a person? And I know that that's not specifically the question here, but that kind of working, you would have to keep doing it again and again and again and again. Whereas instead, I think you're probably better to do general protections and regular cleansings, and then even just energy shields to help protect your energy in the long run. Otherwise, you're going to be exhausting yourself doing a lot of repeated workings when you could just do kind of one protection working and then cleansings every time. And it can just be cleansing like shower cleansings. You don't have to be doing like a full ritual cleanse every time if you don't feel like you need to. Wondering what spell you recommend for someone who's bothering someone else. It's gotten worse, so a freezer spell or something else. So you've got a few options here that are going to range from kind of small scale up to kind of extreme. So we've got bindings. Bindings are designed to limit a particular aspect of someone's behavior. Now, it's important to remember that there are multiple kinds of bindings. So you have love bindings, which are actually more like forceful containment. So they are designed to bind a person's energy to yours. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about bindings where you are binding someone's harmful behavior, whether that be for themselves or for someone else. So that is designed to limit that particular behavior and to stop someone from perpetuating it. And they usually, in my experience, last for about 3 months, and then you'd have to redo that binding again. Sometimes they will learn their lesson from that original binding, and then you won't have to do another one. Sometimes you will have to do another one, another 2, another 3 onwards. Freezer spells are designed to stop someone's behavior in its tracks, to literally freeze it in place. Doesn't necessarily resolve any of those issues, it just stops it from being an impact to you or someone else. And generally speaking, they will last for as long as the energy sustains. That could be about 3 months again, or until that working is thawed out. So it literally is put in the freezer to freeze. And then you take it out when you want them to thaw, think about their actions, put it back in again, and do that. If those aren't working, you take it one step beyond, which would be a banishing spell. Now, obviously, to banish, you need to be removing yourself from that situation as well, which makes it kind of tricky, because you have to be able to separate yourself from that situation, or you have to get the person to separate from that situation to really get it to take effect. Otherwise, you are just countering your own working again and again and again. But the point of this is to essentially push someone away from you. Now, you can do this in multiple different ways. You can do kind of a classic banishing, which is designed to literally just push someone away. Or you can do it kind of the other way, where you are giving someone the incentive to leave that environment. So that could be to do a working to help them get a new job. So they are then pushed away from that work environment, but they think it's their decision because, like, I'm going to this better job, that's why I'm leaving, when actually you're there being like, oh, okay, so I did this so that you would then do this, so that you would then leave. It's that kind of banishing act where you are pushing them away by giving them an incentive to leave by. So that could be a house in a better area. That could be that they get a better job somewhere else. You know, something is pushing them away, and then you've got the full forceful banishing workings. And what you choose is going to depend on how comfortable you feel with different things. You can take it a step further if you want to. Some of you are going to hate me for saying this, but you can do curses, hexes, these kind of things if it gets to that point. Everyone's practice is very individual and unique. I am not here to judge anyone, and I would hope that people watching are also going to feel the same way, because you can never fully understand what someone's experience is unless you've lived it. So yeah, lots and lots of options there. Yeah. Interesting topic, gonna vary on circumstances. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Gus. Regarding storm magic, there's a new book I'm considering buying called Weather Magic, Witchery, Science and Law. Ooh, I'm gonna save that for later. Boop. Let's have a look. Ooh, interesting. Okay, right, I've added that to my little list so I can find it later. Are there any rituals you did at the beginning of your practice that you continue today? Not... I have like one that I will still do. Well, it depends. It depends. Because I will actively go through my books of shadows and I will draw on things that I did in the past. So recently I did a few workings from one of my, not so much earlier books of shadows, but like earlier on books of shadows that I took the workings and I kind of blended them together into this like its own unique thing, and I used that working. Loved that. That was great. And then there is still a storm spell that I do that was one of the first chant spells I ever did, and it was written in my first book of shadows that I will still use to this day. But other than that, I don't tend to repeat that many workings. I will write down the workings that I've done. I will document my experiences with them. And sometimes I might go back and adapt those workings to fit what I need at the time, but mostly I will create new workings every single time because everything is so specific to the reason why I needed it in the first place. Okay, as a beginner witch, at the very beginning, what movies do you recommend to get into witchcraft? I don't, because movies are fiction and are not going to be useful in your long-term practice. Yes, there are many movies out there, I've done videos on them if you're interested, that contain aspects of witchcraft truth, but movie magic tends to exaggerate everything and it makes it not realistic. So if you are new, I would say get your information from books written by members of the community rather than Hollywood, because I think it could lead to setting you up for difficulties in the long run. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I am. Should I buy a secondhand deck online or is it too risky? Ooh, this is interesting because I really enjoy secondhand decks. I really enjoyed working with the ones that I have, but I have also hated working with decks that I've bought online, and it's very, very hit and miss. It depends on how comfortable you feel on it not being right. Because if you are willing to take a risk on a deck and you get it home and you realize that perhaps there's energy attached to it that you don't like, or there's a spirit attached to it that you don't like or that doesn't like you, do you know how to get yourself out of it? Because if the answer is no, then I would say probably avoid it, just because you could be setting yourself up for issues. But if you know how to get yourself out of it, if you're willing to take that risk, you've seen something that you really like, more often than not, you're not going to have any issues. You're going to have just a deck that someone is not using, not wanting anymore. They just want to get rid of it from their life because it doesn't, maybe they don't really like the artwork as much. Maybe they are changing their practice. You're more likely going to get a deck with nothing attached to it. But just make sure that you know what to do if there is something attached to it. Because even with new decks, I've had things attached to it. So it definitely isn't just a secondhand issue. It's just a general thing that can happen sometimes. How is the best way to start learning and working with the Ogham? Get in touch with the trees is honestly the best way. So looking into the history of those trees, the folklore, the mythology, the legend, forming connections with individual trees as part of the Ogham, so that you can have an understanding, both of them on an individual one-on-one level, but also through history and legend. A book I really like is called... Am I going to be able to find it? Honestly, maybe not. Maybe I should just Google it. Maybe Googling this would be the best way of doing it so that I don't spend ages trying to find it. A book that I really enjoyed is called... That's not what I'm after. Apparently there is a new book series that is just a kids book series that is coming up for everything. Oh no, I think I'm gonna have to go looking for it. Right, hang on, I will go look for it and I will be back. Right. It's here somewhere. I know it is. It's just a case of where. Oh no. Nope, it's not that. It's got... I need to fix this again, is what I'm realizing. The alphabetization kind of went out the window. What have we got? Okay, I can't find it. Maybe this one will help. It's not the one I was after, but I actually can't find the one I was after. Oops, just knocked a whole bunch of books onto the floor. The one I was after is a tree magic book, and I don't know where I've put it. Let's have a look at this though, see if this is any good to us. This is one I haven't got round to yet, but it might be useful, maybe. Okay, yeah, this is useful. I like this. So this is one that could be good. This is called Walking with Trees by Glennie Kindred. So any book like this is useful to kind of work with it. Work with the Ogham, should I say, because it has sections on different trees. So we have, like, this one is all about the birch. So you've got birch, myths, legends and folklore, kitchen medicine, the birch leaves and buds, growing birch trees, different crafts associated with it, and it kind of goes through them in that way. So you've got books like this. I'm sure I have a book on tree... No, I'm not sure. I know I have a book on tree witchcraft, but I cannot figure out what it is called. And I've got people saying, if you redo your bookshelf, you should do it by category. I did that for many, many years. It did not work for me at all. Because I have so many books that cross categories that it was not working for me at all. Because I'd have a book that was both about divination and about tree witchcraft. And it was also about green witchcraft. And it was also about psychic work. And I was like, well, where do I put it? So then I would never put it anywhere. So I found that doing alphabetical was the best option, but that involved me actually maintaining doing it alphabetical, and that is something that did not work for me because my brain is disorganized, and so it didn't work very well. So, where am I? I am... Here we go, this one. I've got some daily spell almanac books. I haven't had the chance to do some of the spells on certain days and dates. Will it still be okay to do these on another day and date? Yes, but it's not going to be quite the same unless you know kind of the reasoning why that day was chosen. So usually it's based off the astrological placements, as well as the day of the week and the season that it is a part of. So if we're talking like Llewellyn's Spell a Day Almanac, they are chosen sometimes based off seasons. So you would say have, quite fitting for this video, you'd have say a Beltane working or ritual on Beltane. But say if it's a random Monday in the middle of March, you might find that it's actually instead related to the astrological placements of that particular day, and that is also why the incense and the colour has been chosen in the way that it has. And so while that working can be done on a different day, it isn't necessarily going to have the exact same energy associated with it unless you are also choosing a day that matches those placements. So the workings are definitely not wasted if you haven't done them. It's just that it's going to be slightly different if you do them at a different time. But generally they're really good to just learn from, to take those workings, to adapt them, shift them, change them into your own practice. They can be really useful for that. And also, it's just really cool information. I got one last year, the Llewellyn one, and I really, really enjoyed it. What is a landwight, if that's how you spell it? So a landwight is essentially the genus loci. It is the spirit of the land. And so they are really useful to get to know and to work with and learn alongside and practice alongside, especially if you are wanting to tap into the energy of a particular place. So different regions are going to call them different things. I know that genus loci, I believe, is Latin, and it comes from kind of Roman tradition, whereas landwight is what is typically referred to in the British Isles, possibly further afield as well. So it's kind of different terms for the same kind of spirit entity. Who is the Welsh goddess who is represented by the crow or raven? I believe that would be the Morrigan. No, Irish, not Morrigan. I don't work with these deities, so let's have a look. If we can find something that works. It's interesting because there are certain figures that I work with a lot, and there are others that I just do not know all that much about. Let me know if you know the name of a Welsh deity associated with the brain, crow or raven. I don't know why my brain immediately went to the Morrigan straight away, and that's just me being like, crow, raven, Morrigan, that must be what it is, because my brain either goes like Morrigan or Odin. So let me know, and I'd love to learn more myself as well, because I think that would be useful. But like specifically, I can't think of any Welsh goddess, because like here, like the Cerridwen sometimes is very much that shape-shifting energy of being like a you've got like roosters and hares and corn and all of these things associated, maybe not specifically just the raven, but it's an interesting subject. I'll have to look into it more. Oh, thank you so much, Varian. Varim. Wow, my pronunciation today is not it. Thank you very, very much. Not sure if my question went through. Do you also feel like using negative energy is easier to work with than positive or neutral and addictive? Not particularly, no. I find that if anything, people can be drawn to that feeling of control more than anything, I think. I find that all energy is simply energy. None of it is easier or more difficult to work with. It just is. But I do find that especially people who have felt like they have never had any control, especially when bad things have happened in their life, there can be this addictive appeal to having that control, having the power to do something about it and to make other people feel the way that they have made you feel. I think some people can find that aspect addictive more than, say, the energy itself. So, me and my husband went on a hike and we were startled by a mound of grass that was very sparkly and glittery. It caught our attention straight away. We were actually discussing the fae. Could it be fae? It could be. I would say don't rule out other options though. You'll often find that especially like nesting spiders you'll often find that especially ground-dwelling nesting spiders will have like very fine, almost sparkly looking webs, especially if we're talking like dawn, like everything's still kind of a little bit crisp and a little bit frosty and a little bit damp. It's going to show up a little bit more. Low sunlight is also going to do that as well. So it may well be, I'd say it's also probably equally likely for it to be something mundane, and because the conversation was where it was, it's that kind of like association by proximity, perhaps more than anything else. Would you have thought the same if you weren't talking about that topic? I don't know. It could well be. It also may well not be, which is not particularly useful, perhaps, but or exciting, maybe. I'm gonna repeat here because we are getting people spamming in the Q&A. If I have not got to a question, please do not repeatedly ask the same question. I know it's petty, but if anything, when I see the same question like 50 times by the same person, it makes me less inclined to answer it. I know I shouldn't, but sometimes, especially when it clogs up the chat, sometimes it's just really frustrating. And also it makes it so that other people's questions get lost because it does jump the chat. So I am working chronologically as quickly as I can whilst being as specific as I can. And that is going to take me some time. Okay, what is the best way to use one of your large spell candles? I have an abundance one, but I've yet to light it or use it. So generally for me, the way I will use them is I will charge them with my energy, obviously because I make them, I've kind of already done that, but I would charge them with energy, focusing on the specific thing that you want to manifest. And then underneath that candle, I write a petition of what it is that I want to achieve, and I put it underneath that candle. And then I will start it usually on a day of significance for me. So depending on what you want that abundance to be a part of. So if that abundance is, for instance, in love, then it might be on a Friday. If that is about general abundance, I might start it on a Sunday. So many kind of different nuances to it. And I will burn it down for a few hours every single night, snuffing it out every time and then relighting it with my intention. If that intention manifests, you can take that petition out, replace it with something else, recharge that energy further with it attached onto the new petition, and then continue burning it down. If you want just general, you can just have it in a space where you want that abundance to manifest, whether that, say if it is for love, then in a bedroom. If it is for money, then it could be in an office space, something like that. And you can add things to it. So you can put crystals around it, you can add herbs around it, sigils that can be drawn on the glass, or even on like the stickers that I've done on the front. You can add extra things on there if you want to kind of add extra intention and energy into it. Right, where am I am here somewhere. How do you go about finding your true name? Oh, I've not discovered mine. No. How do you go about finding your true name? As I remember you saying you've discovered yours. I have not, and I have no intention to. A close friend of mine has, and it was done through a whole lot of meditation and past life regression. A lot. Because it's going to depend on how far back you're going to need to go. It really is about diving deep into the core of who you are as a person, and that can be incredibly difficult to do. I am not even gonna try. I do not have the focus to be dealing with that. But yeah, lots of past life regression. You want to be getting as far back as you possibly can to essentially the very beginning. And then a lot of inner work, a lot of meditation, a lot of shadow work to kind of peel away the layers that are concealing it so that you can figure it out. It's not always worth it though, I'll be honest, because then you have to deal with hiding it permanently, which sounds exhausting to me. It sounds absolutely exhausting. Okay. Any tips for channeled messages, automatic speech, and not just saying what's in your own mind? I think, okay, I'm just going to go back to this and say that a true name and a magic name are not the same thing. Very, very different things. So a magic name is something that you've chosen for yourself, that you are using in magic circles for ritual purposes, whether that is because you don't want your real name to be part of the group, or whether it's because you want to separate your mundane life from your magical. A true name is the name that the energy of your being has been given at the start of creation, like the first time that you came into existence, and is the name of the energy that makes up who you fundamentally are. And through every single lifetime, your true name acts as a controlling agent, like it continues and stays with you. So it's not the name that someone has given you at your birth, it is like the name of the energy at your creation, if that makes sense. So it's very different from something like a birth name or a chosen name. And the reason it's so hard to find is because it is so far back, and also it's so hard to keep it. It has to be kept a secret, because a bit like how demons and spirits don't like giving you a name, like their real name, because like Rumpelstiltskin, names have power. The same applies to a true name, so it has to be something that you keep entirely private, because it can be used by spirits, by other people, as an influence for it. So I just want to kind of reiterate that, because there is a big difference between kind of the two. Anyway, back to where I was. Channeled messages. How to say the channeled message without just saying what's on your mind. I suppose it depends on what how you work, really, because for me, all of the messages that I get kind of come through my brain anyway. So it's almost like I will just get this like phrase or this song or this thought or whatever it is will almost kind of just come through and override what's already in my mind. It's in my mind, but it's not a thought that I came up with. It's a thought that was kind of just put there. So it's kind of difficult for me to give too much advice on this one, because I will literally just say what I think, because that's how it comes through to me, whereas other people, it's almost like an overlay. And I think it depends on how you work. Some people, when they're doing even automatic writing, but especially these kind of channeled messages, it's almost like they are being overlaid. So a spirit is using you as a tool to express the message through you. And in which case it would be a case of dropping yourself into trance or into a meditative state where you are essentially taking a back seat. So not unlike astral projection, but almost the opposite. So rather than projecting yourself out, you're essentially seating yourself further back in yourself so that you can then be used as a tool for that communication to come through. A little bit like how in automatic writing, you are essentially giving control of your hand to the spirit that is coming through you. It's kind of a similar way. So I guess it's just two different ways of doing it, depending on how that communication is coming through to you. It could be worth just kind of trying both. Try going for it with what you're thinking if the messages seem to be coming through that way, or taking a step back and doing that trance or that meditative work to kind of step yourself back into yourself. Yeah, that's the other way of doing it. If you look at it this way, this is what Jasonius has said. I hope I'm saying that right. If you look at it this way, the supernatural or spirit uses us and is the voice in our head. This is where the great ideas come from and how we recognize synchronicity. So it's that kind of two different ways of doing it. Are the messages coming through as like an overlay, or are the messages kind of using you with your thoughts and then you can project them outwards? And it's going to really depend on how you think about it and how you work, I think. Okay. Have you seen the Mayfair Witches series? What's your opinion about it? I don't think I have. Let's have a look. I just want to double check. I haven't. Ooh. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to watch this. I don't think this is going to be on anything I have access to here. I can always get it on like Amazon or something, I'm sure. Okay, I'm going to have to check that out, because this is like new. This is like 2023 new. Ooh, Ooh, okay, that's going to be added to my list of things I need to watch. Because like that, yes, right up my alley. I am currently working through the books for A Discovery of Witches. So I'm on the Book of Life now, which is the third one. I think I'm going to read all of them because it's more than just the three. I think there's three and then there's two separate books, I think. So I'm gonna do all of them. And then I'm gonna watch all of the series so that I can see which I prefer. I'll be honest, I'm almost always guaranteed to prefer the book, but I'm gonna see both and then see what crosses over, because there is so much good in the book. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to something else that I can deep dive into it. So it might be that, it might be the Mayfair Witches, it might be the Witches of, is it East End or is it East Wick? Or are they two separate things? I'm not sure, but it might be something like that, I'm not sure. Okay. Where was I? I'm here. Where was I? Ah, interesting. So how can I be sure that the specific spirit or deity who I'm specifically seeking to speak with is the one coming through, especially when using a pendulum or other divination tool? You can't is the best answer I can give, is that there is no way of guaranteeing it. You can do everything possible to make it work. So you can put protections in place that are going to limit anything but the particular spirits that you want to work with to come through to you. But that relies on you having interacted with that spirit or deity before, so that you can then recognize their energy to make sure that that's the only thing that's going to be able to come through again. You can try and ask questions that are going to catch out spirits that are not who it is that you're wanting to work with. It's not super easy, which is why I would always recommend making sure that you have your protections, make sure you know how to get out of things, so that if that does happen, you know how to get out of it, basically, because there's not really many ways to avoid the potential of that. You can put protections in place and do everything that you can, but there's no way of ever guaranteeing it. It gets easier though as you are working with their energy. It's easier to recognize it again and again and again. So when I'm working with different goddesses, though they might come through in a very similar way, over time I've come to recognize the difference in their energies, and so it's easier for me to identify them, but that is something that just comes with time. Okay. What resource do you recommend for art magic? If we're talking resources like books, I am not sure. If we are talking on useful things, then we are looking into color magic, perhaps even plant-based inks, plant-based pigments that you can create yourself. We are looking at using different waters in your magical artwork for different properties. So using your moon water if you work with watercolors, for instance, or solar water, storm water, doing your workings and charging them at particular times of the year, times of the month, even times of the day, looking at particular symbols and signs, representations, numerology, symbolism that you can add into your artwork to represent certain things. You can even work with different mediums, so sand from specific places, or salt as well is a really great way of getting texture in paint. These things can all be really, really useful additions, so that you're adding that symbolism and representation into your magic in the ways that you are using your art supplies. So it maybe isn't what you were necessarily asking, but it's the answer to the question that I'm able to give. Oh, here we go. Art Magic by Molly Roberts is apparently a really good book on the subject. Oh, I do know that she has a channel. I've watched it before and it was really good. So Molly Roberts and the book Art Magic, apparently. Hopefully that helps. Fingers crossed. Okay. What would be a recommendation in the cleansing of collector items that may have had a not so peaceful past? I have 10 real samurai swords. Interesting. Okay. I am going to say this is not going to be useful in the slightest, but because of the history of the items, I think it's really useful to go to someone with some experience of the ritual that might be useful in context to the traditions that these are a part of. I don't think that me sitting here in England is going to be particularly useful in this, because I feel like items like this should probably be treated with the respect within the traditions that they fall within. So if you can find someone particularly well versed in this particular kind of tradition and background, I think that would be a lot more respectful, and it would probably end up with a better outcome than me offering really any advice other than cleansing. But if there's any kind of spirit attachment going on here, it's going to be much better to be working in the tradition that they are a part of rather than an external one. I'm hoping that makes sense. It's not an ideal answer, but it's probably the best way to be as respectful as possible to any spirits that might still be attached, or the energy of that might still be a part of those swords. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ooh, okay, what kind of spells and ingredients would you recommend to shield my dreams from a person? I just don't want to dream about them. It's exhausting. Okay, this is another one. We're having a lot of these kind of deep questions tonight. Our dreams are a manifestation of our subconscious minds. And so often if we are dreaming repeatedly about something, it's usually because there's some unresolved things going on there. And so in that circumstance, I would say it's better to be processing the unresolved things than to be attempting to cover it up, because that isn't always going to be successful. And that doesn't involve necessarily talking to that person or doing anything with that person. It could just be processing that within ourselves, having someone to talk to about it, having a journal that we can look deeper into our thoughts and feelings by documenting them, going to see a professional who's able to work with you and find techniques that are going to allow you to process that so it stops having an impact on your subconscious mind. I'm never going to be that person to say, I'm just going to stick a magical sticker over it and it'll be done. I'm just going to stick a plaster over it and it's fine. Because I do think that when it comes to things like dreams and our subconscious mind, that plays a lot into our mental health, and I'm very much an advocate of supporting that as much as we can in different means. So I say if you can, if you feel you need to, that's probably the best way to go down. And then anything additional on top of that can be done as an additional. So hagstones are traditionally placed in bedrooms as a way of protecting against bad dreams, but you can charge them to help contain dreams that are not what you would like to experience. So you can charge them and then place them in that space. You can do the same with different crystals and stones. It's just hagstones are what I am usually drawn to particularly. But yeah, generally it's about getting to the root reason as to why it's coming up again and again and again, because it's a little bit like stress dreams, like all your teeth falling out and things like that. It's usually because of something unresolved that we don't want to just be putting a magical mask over. Instead, it's better, if possibly slightly more difficult, to dig deeper into the reasoning behind that so we can pick it apart from the inside out. So in the end, that's not going to be a problem at all, and it's not going to require any magical masking. Ooh, what is the difference between a curse and a hex, and do you recommend them as a new witch? No. No recommendations of spells for new witches. I've been over this. No. I also have a whole video on the difference between a curse and a hex. It's on my channel. I believe it is still up. Let me just double check. Yep, it's called Jinx, Hex and Curse, the differences. For anyone who's interested in kind of learning the small nuance differences between them. And I will never, ever recommend spells for a beginner. And that's not going to change. Wait, I found the questions that I lost earlier. I'm so confused. I feel like questions have just spawned out of nowhere. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with it because, like, if that means I haven't lost any questions, absolutely fantastic. But I'm so confused as to where they came from. They just, like, poop out of nowhere. Okay. Interesting. Do you like seals? The animals. I love seals. They're so cute. I like sea lions are fine. But like seals are so cute. They're adorable. Actually, what is my favorite? Technically not a seal, I don't think. No, I know it's not a seal because it's a sea lion. My favorite is a Patagonian sea lion. Yeah, Patagonian sea lions are amazing. But honestly, just like grey seals, if you ever have the chance to see grey seals off the coast, they are just so cute. They're adorable. They're just like puppies. They're like puppies of the sea. They're so cute. But then I could say the same about basically anything. Like, I can usually find something good about any animal. Like, when I was a kid, it just shows how strange I was as a child. As a kid, one of my favourite animals was the aye. They're so cool. How they have that, like, one really long finger that they, like, tap on wood and then they listen. And they just look so cute. They're adorable. And everyone used to look at me like I was absolutely bonkers because they'd be like, that is one of the most horrific looking animals I have ever seen in my entire life. And I'm like, no, they're, like, ridiculously cute. I'm not gonna be able to put. Oh, they're adorable. They're like little goblins. Aye is spelled like Aye. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but they are so unbelievably cute. They're like creepy cute. I love them so much. So yeah, I'm gonna get back to the questions now. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent. Oh, the little faces are just looking at me on the image search. Oh, they're adorable. I don't know, maybe it's just a thing, is that I like any animal that looks slightly alarming. I'm like, oh, underdog, you deserve to be loved. Anyway, here I am. Where am I? I don't know what's going on. Do you have any nice and not super expensive hotel and Airbnb recommendations for Glastonbury? I'm going to travel there soon for the first time and I'm still looking for the right place to stay. Honestly, we always just stay in like Holiday Inns or Premier Inns. Like, it's just so much easier. That's our default. No matter where I go, they're always the same, no matter where you go. If you want something a little bit more kind of like Glastonbury specific, like more whimsical, maybe a little bit more witchy, then definitely look into kind of the Airbnbs. But I tend to go for simple and easy, and for me that means just one of the chain hotels that is just super simple to book, and they're always the same and you know exactly what you're getting into. I like knowing what I'm getting into. I don't like being surprised. Okay. It keeps jumping. Every time I go back to the tab that I was on with the questions, all of the questions are in a different order. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe that's what happened before then. Maybe I didn't necessarily lose the questions. Maybe I don't know. It's a new thing, so we're just trying it out. So what are your thoughts on magic squares? Incredibly powerful, incredibly useful. I love using them not only in my kind of ritual use, but also for sigil making. I love them. I'm actually almost tempted to get some of the like metal stamped ones. They are really, really cool. Kind of complicated, I suppose, if you want to make your own, because they can get absolutely massive, but I do really enjoy using them, especially as focal points for planetary magic. Is using tarot a good way of growing intuition? Yeah, definitely different in that, definitely different, definitely useful. It's because I read the word different and immediately I was like, I need to say the word different. Yeah, definitely really useful. So especially if you're starting to build that like psychic subconscious ability, using your cards. And the way I typically do it, I have a book that I write everything in. I will lay the cards out. I will write down what I think the cards are talking about. So I will, at the section at the top, I'll have to show you one day how I lay it out, but I have a section at the top where I write all the cards I've drawn, in the order I've drawn them in relation to the question that I've asked. Then I will have one section that is where I write my intuitive reading, so what I am getting from those cards. And then on the other section, I will write what the cards are actually described as being word for word from the book, for instance. And this is especially when I'm starting reading a new deck where the artwork and the meaning of the cards might be slightly different than what I'm used to. I will write down both of those readings. I will date it, all the questions that I've asked, everything. A couple of weeks, sometimes even just a couple of days later, I'll look back on that. And then you can figure out what was actually more aligned with the outcome of that situation. Was it your intuition or was it the book? And more often than not, you'll often find it's your intuition, and it really helps to just kind of build it and grow your confidence in it over time. So, do you know any sources for chaos magic? Myself, no, but I believe that Ivy the Occultist works chaos magic, so they are probably a better resource for it than I am at this given moment. I want to start to practice, but as I've always been attracted to witchcraft but very discouraged. I'm very attracted to the moon and nature. Do you have a recommendation on where to start? Generally speaking, I would always start with a good foundational book. For me, Psychic Witch by Matt Oren is a really good choice. From that point onwards, you can start going into different things. So you have Moon Magic by Diane Alquist is a really good book on kind of lunar magics. You have a whole plethora of books on green witchcraft and kind of natural magic as well. So if you can start with kind of one good foundational book like Psychic Witch or something similar. I have a video on beginner witchcraft books and one of them might stand out to you more than the others. And then you can expand into a specific field of practice if that's something that you do want to look more into. Okay. How do you get a spirit or entity to stop bothering you? I just started learning tarot and a spirit from a family member-in-law always gets in the way of my readings. So I suppose the first thing I'm going to ask is, have you asked them to stop? Or if you have asked them to stop, have you asked them why they are getting involved? Because it might be that they're trying to help, and maybe they don't realize that they're not actually helping. Sometimes it might be that they are wanting to get your attention, and once you've given them that attention, once you've got the information that they want to give you, they will then leave you be. If you've tried all of that and it hasn't worked, then it's about creating a space where you can do your workings without having spirit interaction. So that would be creating, say, a circle that you are doing your readings in, so there's no influence from external forces. If you want to go even further, you can then start with like banishings, but obviously that isn't necessarily suitable in all circumstances. So I'd say start with something simple, with just having a conversation, and then work your way up as you go onwards. I did get one here that is just magic square, ? Yeah, they are planetary squares. They're also known as chimeras, that are kind of numerical representations of planetary bodies, and they can be for other things as well. If you just look like Chimera magic or magic square witchcraft, things like that, you'll get loads of them up. And the most common ones would be, say, Saturn, the moon, the sun, Venus, and they're square representations for them. Okay. Okay. On the note of the paranormal, I consider myself pretty spirit deaf. I love that term, that's great. And honestly, when I think something might be a thing, I just feel like I'm crazy. Other than practice makes perfect, any tips? It's probably the worst advice I can possibly give, and that is, so what if you're a little crazy? Now, of course, as I've mentioned multiple times in this, I'm a big advocate for mental health awareness and all that kind of stuff. But also, if you think you've seen something, if you actually haven't, what's the worst that could happen from that? Obviously, I am joking in a way, but like, generally speaking, if you haven't seen something and maybe you think that you have, it's an interesting quirk of your day, unless it's becoming like a problem in your life, obviously, but that's like an entire separate thing. So I think more than anything, it's just the idea of like, oh well, if it isn't real, that's not the end of the world. If it is real, then fantastic. But if that constant need to kind of prove things is making you feel bad about yourself and making you question everything, then that's not helpful either. Like, I'm very much one for like testing things out and seeing if you can get the same response again, seeing if you can see the same thing again. But if that is having a negative impact on how you feel about your own practice in regard to spirit work, then at this given moment in time, it's not that useful to you. So I'd say at the end of the day, if it's not there, it's just an entertaining bit of your day. And you could try amplifying your experiences by carrying things, especially like mugwort tea or carrying mugwort, sleeping with mugwort under your pillow, reaching out to them and ask if they can come through to you in other ways to see if that is going to kind of shake things up a little bit might be useful, perhaps. But yeah, the oh well, what's the worst that could happen approach to seeing or not seeing or hearing or not hearing spirits is like the only aspect of witchcraft where I have that mentality. The rest of the time I'm like, always be careful. But when it comes to this, it's more of a inhibitions than anything. Right. Okay, I'm here somewhere. What are the specifics about using herbs for spells? Leaves, stems, etc. Does it matter? It can. It doesn't have to. So it depends on how deep into this you're going to go, because each thing represents different aspects of the world. They can also represent different things in regard to the plant. So for instance, mandrake. The flowers and the leaves are going to be used for something very different than the root, because it's the root that is shaped like a little person and it's the root that has a lot of that association to it. If you are using something like rose, then the rose petals might have different associations to the thorns, and the way you use them may well be different. Whereas you have other plants such as chamomile, where both the leaves and the flowers are useful in very similar ways. They do have differences between them, but it's still useful to use that plant generally. And if you're using the plant as the spirit of the plant, then all of that plant contains the spirit of that plant, and so all of the plant can be used to represent them. Whereas if you want something really particular, like for instance, you are doing a working that involves connection with the underworld, for instance, then the roots of a plant are going to be much more useful to you than the flowers. So it's very... my favourite word again, it's very nuanced in that it depends on the context in which that plant is being used, because you can go really, really simplistic or you can go really, really detailed depending on how deep you want to go with it. What daily morning magical practices could you do for the day ahead? I don't really do any, so I'm not really going to be the best person to ask for this. I mean, there's lots that you can do. The only things I do personally is I have certain rings that I use for certain things that I will put on before I go out for the day. You can do meditations, any mind calming. You can do some journaling in the morning if that's something you feel drawn to do. You can do a card of the day if that's what you're like. You can greet your deities, your spirits, your servitors in the morning and in the evening. You can wear certain things, put on certain necklaces or pieces of jewelry, or draw on any sigils for certain intentions. There's lots of different things you can do. Stirring tea in a certain way, having tea that is magical in nature, choosing the food that you're using as a way of adding intention into things. These are obviously just kind of a few. I just noticed it's 22:22 on the clock. I'm noticing so many synchronicities in the past 2 months. It's been absolutely bonkers to me. There's lots of things that you can do, but don't feel pressured into having to do everything. I will say that there are not adverts every 3 minutes. I know that for a fact because that's not how YouTube is doing it. And also, please remember, I am not controlling the adverts. YouTube puts the adverts in. That is how content creators get paid. The only way I am able to stay on YouTube is because I am paid for the content that I am creating. I am not doing anything to put the adverts in. That is simply YouTube doing YouTube's thing. There are different ways of getting YouTube without ads, if that's something that people are interested in, but please don't shoot the person who is just sitting here doing a live stream, because I'm not in control of any of it. And I get the same comments every single live stream, and there is not much I can do about it. YouTube likes ads, and it's the only way that content creators get paid. So just please bear that in mind, and please be kind to the people doing it, because I'm just sitting here doing this. I'm not doing anything to put the ads in. Okay, where was I? Any advice on building relationships with spirits? Mostly it is just about interaction. Like it's a little bit like building friendships. And so it's about having that interaction with them. It doesn't have to be, how do I describe it? It doesn't have to be super complex. It doesn't have to be formal rituals or big long sessions of, 20, 30, an hour. We do not need to be having these big sessions. Sometimes it's as simple as a hello, a hi, a lighting a candle to you. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to be doing a cleansing. Be aware of that. That kind of attitude to it can be really, really useful. So if you're talking like house spirits, and if you're doing a house cleansing, for instance, I will typically knock on the wood in my house and I will let them know, hey, I am going to be doing a cleansing in this room. If you don't want to be here when that's happening, that's fine. Feel free to go elsewhere. I'm just doing this room. And I'll let them know that. If I am working with a particular spirit, I will light a candle for them. And I will let them know that that is the candle that is being lit specifically for them. I will say hi to them in the morning. I will say bye to them in the evening when I'm going to bed. When I get in, I will do that as well. It's just these little things, a little bit like how you would a friend, can really help build that connection and that relationship. And just doing these little small things is, if anything, more meaningful than doing one big ritual once every 6 months for them. Instead, it's those little kind of day-to-day things that just keep that connection growing and building over time. YouTube didn't send me any notifications. I know this is something I've noticed so much recently, is that I will get like DMs or messages from people being like, I didn't even know this was happening. I have no idea how YouTube is doing its notifications at the minute. Whatever it's doing, I'm not sure it's working. Because so many people are not being notified. The only thing I can say is just double check that if you have notifications turned on my channel, that they are still turned on, because I know a few people are finding that they're not notified anymore, and when they check, their notifications have been turned off. Otherwise, it is pure luck if people get notified. I do try to post on Instagram, so perhaps if you go on my stories, it'll show up as me posting something, but otherwise, yeah, it's kind of just random at the minute, and it's not ideal. Jay Nelson, thank you so much for your support. Have you had a past life regression before? If so, how many past lives do you have, and which one would be your favorite? I wish that I had had past life regression, but the problem I've got is that working in the industry that I do, I know all of the local past life regressionists. And even if I don't know them like on a friend basis, I know them enough and they know me enough for that to just not work. So if I'm going to, I would have to find someone that I don't have any knowledge of or experience of. I would love to have it done though. I know that I have past lives because I know that I have met certain people multiple times over. So I know that it's there, but I just don't know the specifics of them, and I really want to deep dive into them. Maybe one day when I find someone that I want to do a reading with, I can kind of document my entire experience of it, like how it felt and what my experiences were with it and what I got out of it, and maybe that could be useful for any of you who are interested but nervous to do it yourselves. Maybe I'll have to do that. I'll have to do some research and see if I can find someone that I feel particularly drawn to, because it's something I would love to be able to do. But the same with getting readings off people is if I know who is doing a reading and they know me, just because we've been at the same shows together, for instance, it's a lot harder to get a reading that is not influenced by that fact. I'm just gonna kick you straight away now because honestly, people don't piss me off very often. You are pissing me off. And like that doesn't happen very often. I tend to be very, very mellow. So let's see if it'll let me do it. YouTube is not being my friend right now. Bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum, bum ba-dum. Thank you so much, Ears. Thank you. I really struggle with I tend to be a very chill person. So if you know that I'm getting not chill, it's because I think I've seen like 100 messages complaining about the same thing in one day. Right. Let's see. Where am I? Because I just did it again. I feel like YouTube is still kind of smoothing out the creases in the whole like Q&A thing, because I'm noticing that every time I click onto the Q&A, everything is moved around, which is weird. Really, really weird. Is it upside down now? I'm so confused. I think my Q&A is now upside down. So all the questions that I answered at the start are now at the bottom. I'm so confused. Okay, that's interesting. We are definitely having a topsy-turvy chat today. Interesting. Huh. I'm so confused. Anyway, I'm just going to go through the ones that I can see that I haven't answered. I'm still going to try and get through all of them that I can see, but it is doing some strange things. I have seen witches use the title priestess, and that means something. I've also seen someone call themselves a wicked witch. Is that an actual title that means something? So when people refer to themselves as a priestess, means one of two things. Either it means that someone is the leader of a coven, so they would be, say, the priestess of that coven group. So that might be what we are talking about in that instance. It can also mean that you are the priestess of a goddess. So for instance, like a priestess of Bridget or a priestess of Hecate. They are devotees of a particular goddess. And so they may also refer to themselves as priestesses, as Bridget would have had priestesses in the past. So it could be either of those two contexts. When it comes to I was going to say past lives because I just read it on the screen. When it comes to the term wicked witch, usually it refers to someone who is practicing a maybe darker path, and that's how they choose to refer to themselves. So that one's more of like a personal descriptor, whereas the others may be more descriptors of the role that they play. So someone may be a priest of a coven, just as you might have a priestess of a coven. That would be the leader. Not all covens use those terms, but they are still used a lot today. Mercury should be direct today. I'll be honest, I'm bad with technology at the best of times, so it really wouldn't surprise me if it was just me and that everyone else is fine with the chat system and it just seems to be me that's having issues with it. It wouldn't surprise me. What is the easiest way to connect with and or see the Fae? It's going to depend on how much they want to interact with you. Because if they're already kind of in that space and already kind of present, then it's going to be a lot easier. So generally, they are going to manifest if they want you to see them. And I think that's the important thing. A lot of the Fae will interact with you if they want to interact with you, and they will be seen if they want you to see them. But they aren't necessarily going to want that. So they may come through in shimmers, they may come through in the sound of bells in varying forms, in very sweet fragrances. They may come through as corner of the eye. They may appear as almost like you're looking through water, like the light is refracting strangely. So you might be looking at an object, but it looks kind of strange and a little bit offset. That's another thing. There's kind of lots of little things that might know and show you that they are present, depending on the individuals that you are working with. And so if you're working with higher Fae, if we're talking about like the courts, you are likely going to have very different experiences to if you are interacting with, say, brownies or water Fae or just kind of individual wandering Fae, even the trooping Fae. It's going to be different depending on the individuals you are working with. It's a little bit like, how do I see fish? It's that kind of vague category, because depending on where you go, you're going to find different groups, you're going to find different personalities, different physical traits, different audible traits. They're going to appear in very different ways. So it's all about kind of documenting your experiences, so keeping track of everything that you've seen, descriptions of it, everything that you've heard, smelled, so that you can figure out when it happens again, if there's any repeating patterns that you can see, whether it's a particular location that you're in, whether it's following a particular event. Like, are you noticing that around Beltane you're getting different interactions than you would around Samhain? You know, are you experiencing different things after full moons, at dawn and dusk, than you would in the midday? Like, these things are all really useful to note down so that you can figure it out. You can kind of look back on it and get the bigger picture after the fact. Yeah, I hear different things about the Fae. I think it's all the person. Yeah, it's so variable. And it's even down to like individuals. So a little bit like how different people will have their own personality quirks, the same kind of applies. So you might find that even two individuals who experience the same kind of Fae might get two completely different personalities, and so it's just really important to bear that in mind, that they're all going to be very different. Right. Hi. Yeah, I don't know where I am. I'm hoping that the quirks and the oddities of the Q&A system are going to work themselves out over time. But how is your book writing going? Is there anything juicy you can tell us about it? Unfortunately, there is nothing juicy I can tell you about it. I am plodding along slowly. Of course, I chose to do a ginormous topic. that is turning out to be a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. So I'm going to have to split it up and just kind of focus on like a little bit of it, I think. Otherwise there's going to be just like too much to try to do, which should be no surprise to anyone because that's exactly what I do all the time. I try to pick way too big a topic and then I really struggle to get it all done is my biggest issue. Okay, I've been interested in familiars and I was wondering how they influence and affect someone's craft. So familiars can be incredibly useful. They are a way of extending our practice to the spirit world in a way that a lot of us aren't able to do ourselves. So they may be able to retrieve information that we would not be able to gather, to commune with other spirits, with deities, with other people in the astral, as well as with other familiars and servitors, so that they can bring back information that we would not be able to otherwise know. They can aid us with traversing the astral and the spiritual planes, whether that's alongside us in astral projection or, generally speaking, themselves. Just if we are working with them in a particular spell or ritual, they are able to work the astral planes, the spiritual planes, while we work the mundane and the physical, so that we are essentially spreading ourselves in two different places to get things done more effectively. Mostly, though, familiars are incredibly useful for retrieving information, to act as additional protection, and to generally just aid us and boost our workings. We can find something similar in the way servitors are used. You can create a servitor that can become essentially a familiar, but they aren't quite the same thing. But it is just that ability to have access to the spiritual world in a way that we otherwise wouldn't. While we can traverse the spiritual planes, we are not necessarily going to have the relationships, the friendships, and the connections with other spirits than a familiar is going to already have. And so we're able to work with them to use their knowledge and their information and skill set to our benefit while also helping them as well. So it's kind of like a spiritual extension, but you have a spirit that has its own memories, history, connections, friendships, relationships with other spirits in a way that a brand new, sparkling new servitor is not necessarily going to have. So it's kind of like a step up in that regard. Okay, Okay, I think I'm about here. I heard about discarding spell ingredients, not salt, around trees. I heard of a practitioner who does this, but is it considered an offering to the tree after it's used? Is it not insulting? It really depends, I suppose, because it's... If you're working with that tree, for instance, so if you're working with the spirit and the energy of that tree, then giving those spell remains back to the earth in that location is kind of like a full circle moment. So in that regard, I can understand it, as well as if you're wanting that working to grow and to flourish, and it could be very transformative in nature. So that could be taking something that is otherwise negative and returning it to the earth so it may become something positive in assistance for that tree. It could also be the idea of growth, abundance, transforming it into something even bigger, more positive, putting it into something bigger than it already is. I think it's just a case of having that communication of, is this tree going to be comfortable with me doing this? Is this something that is agreed upon, or am I just taking it upon myself to do it? Because if you're just taking it upon yourself to do it without asking the tree, then I suppose it could have kind of a negative connotation. I think ultimately it comes down to the individual's connection with that tree more than anything else. Okay. I've recently been looking into ancient Egyptian magic. Have you ever looked into this and just wondered about your thoughts? I've never really looked into it myself, mostly because it's not really an area that I am particularly interested in myself. However, I came so close to getting a book on this subject. I'll see if I can get the name of the book I was going to get. It is this one, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's called Eye of the Sun, The Sacred Legacy of Ancient Egypt, Revised and Updated by Kerry Wisner. It's by Troy Books. I came so close to getting it. I've got a haul of Troy Books that's coming out in a few weeks. And I came so close to getting it. And I ended up not. And I'm not sure if I'm going to regret that decision. But the information on this one says this. Let's see, where does it start? Written as an introduction to the religious and magical teachings of ancient Egypt, this book presents in-depth information drawn from ancient temple inscriptions and papyrus texts, giving descriptions of more than 70 Egyptian gods and goddesses, including a list of items sacred to each, practical techniques for the consecration of Egyptian tools, as well as the preparation of a private temple are presented. Ancient rituals, invocations, spells and rituals, the preparation of several incenses, including the highly prized Kyphi, Kyphi, and Kapet. I'm definitely saying that wrong. The rite of offering to the hidden meaning contained in sacred myths are all carefully explained. In addition, 2 calendar systems which ran concurrently throughout much of Egyptian history are explained, with a detailed list of the names of the days and months, as well as more than 300 festivals. All material presented is carefully documented, with more than 400 footnotes drawn from over 100 academic resources. That's the one that I was really interested in. I ended up not getting it, mostly because it isn't something that I would particularly add into my own practice. It's something that I would love to learn about, but I wouldn't necessarily include it. So I ended up not getting it. I might change my mind. I might change my mind and end up getting it, because that's what always happens when I see a Troy book release. I end up getting it anyway. But yeah, that's an option if you are interested in that kind of subject. That is available now, I believe, in paperback. Oh, thank you so much, Evelyn. Appreciation for you. You give so much to the community. Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind. Let's see, where was I before I get sucked in again? I don't know where I was. Okay, I've definitely done that one, and I've definitely done that one, and I've definitely done that one. I have no idea what it's doing in terms of like being randomized. It seems like every single time I click on it, it looks completely different. You've once said that witchcraft is not the only magical practice or tradition. Could you list the different magical practices that you know of? I definitely could not list even a fraction of them, because they are so individual to specific cultures, specific traditions, and generally speaking, it is very small groups. So, say an example of this would be Haitian magic is a magical tradition. It is not necessarily the same as witchcraft. Like it falls under like a bigger group. So I believe, let me just double check. I believe that maybe not. Maybe that doesn't count as a magical tradition. So I was just wondering whether Shinto counted as a magical tradition or whether it is a religion. I'm thinking it maybe leans more towards religion. But this is what I mean when I say that, like, I am not well versed in many outside of witchcraft. And so that's why I always think it's really important to emphasize that witchcraft is not the magical tradition, because I feel like a lot of people think that it is. When there are so many nuanced, cultural, and traditionally significant magical practices that fall outside of witchcraft, which it has expanded over time, but is traditionally, witchcraft is very European, whereas there are other equally as valid traditions that fall outside of it that are very culturally significant and are their own large practices and traditions in specific regions. I hope that makes sense. But I find that recently the term witchcraft has been used to describe kind of everything. And if anything, that massively diminishes the significance of these traditions that fall outside of it. But what I'll have to do, maybe I'll have to form a list. I'll have to do enough research to have a list so that I can kind of talk about the different things that are out there if people want to focus maybe more on a tradition that is rooted in their culture and their heritage, so that they can do more research on that if that's something that they're interested in. What first inspired you to practice magic, and who inspired you? It's a very disappointing answer to the question, in that nothing and no one. It was just something that I did. And then I just didn't stop doing, is really how it went. And then the people that inspired me were people that in my own life that I met that also practiced, that I didn't realize practiced. Like, I ended up finding out that some of my friends practiced and they didn't tell anyone either. And so you had me and you had other people practicing at the same time in the same place, doing the same things. And we had no idea that we were both doing that. And even down to like, oh, I use this plant in my back garden for this. What do you use it for? And then it turns out that we were using them for the exact same things. It blew my mind completely. And so that was really a massive thing for me. That was like a big inspiration for me, was the fact that I met other practitioners that I could just have a conversation with. I never really had this like figure that I was looking up to, because I didn't even realize that those people existed. It took me till I found books on the subject to even realize that other people practiced it. So I never really had these like big figures that I could really look up to, and I didn't even know about even really, really big figures like Gerald Gardner or Aleister Crowley. I didn't know anything about them until much, much later on in my practice. Okay. Have you ever made a visual representation of your inner palace in Minecraft, or created any working in Minecraft? No. So for me, it's my inner temple never gets discussed with anyone. I will never describe it. I will never draw it. It's very, very much I will keep this to myself entirely. And when I'm in kind of game mode, I will typically just be in game mode. I try to not kind of have any crossover with it, otherwise it's just too much. Okay. Scrying with a crystal ball. For the pictures seen, is it okay to look them up in a dream dictionary? Yes, I mean, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it, but I do think it's important that we acknowledge that our subconscious is going to have a different stance on what that represents than a generic dream dictionary. So I think that it's really good to have that kind of generic answer, which allows you to then think back into your own life and be like, oh, wait, if this usually represents this, well then there's this memory from like 20 years ago where this happened, and it can help kind of trigger those memories that allow you to dive deeper. I think it's just a case of not overriding your own kind of psychic or subconscious with a generic book, essentially, because the subconscious is so tailored to you that it's important not to lose that in the process. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Spider Silk, and also to... I love this. You read my mind entirely. I was about to say, I'm sorry if I get this wrong, and then I read the entire thing, and you've actually put Lee sounds like Lee. I think that might legitimately be the highlight of my day. Thank you so much. Not only for supporting the channel, but also for putting it like that. Because I straight up nearly went, Leah? I'm sorry if that's wrong, but thank you. You saved me from the embarrassment of getting it wrong. Okay. Oh, I need to get better at pronouncing things. Just pronouncing everything, honestly. Oh my goodness. So, where was I? I'm always looking for new book recommendations. Lately, I've been trying to find books about hearth, cottage, house witchcraft, books for beginner and intermediate practitioners. Well, thank you. Oh, sorry, they then put thank you for being you, and I just completely ignored it and just said thank you. I didn't say it out loud, but I read it. I will be honest, the only books that I like about kind of hearth, cottage, house witchcraft are by Anna Franklin. That's really the only author whose works I really like in the subject, and maybe that's because I'm biased and Anna Franklin's works were the first that really introduced me to the subject, and that's why I go by Hearth Witch, because I loved Anna Franklin's works. She's absolutely inspirational, and she's the first to coin the term Hearth Witch. And so reading her books was just such an eye-opening moment for me, and so those are the ones that I will primarily go back to again and again, rather than say others. I have a few others that I don't particularly like. So Anna Franklin's are the ones that I will typically go back to over and over. Okay, I answered that one. Someone said, can you just remove the questions after you've answered them? And I could, but I'm slightly concerned about what that's going to do on the playback, because those questions might then not show up at all in the playback. I don't know how this is going to work yet. So we are going to have to, it's a bit of trial and error today, essentially, because I have no idea how this is going to look on a playback. And I mean, are you enjoying the whole, like, the chat is separate from the Q&A so that we can be, like, having the questions separately? Do we enjoy that, or should I do it the way it normally is done? I'm not sure, but the minute I saw that they'd added the feature, I was like, we have to give it a go and see how this works. So if you're new and you're just joining the stream now, we now have a new feature, which is amazing, where there's a Q&A, like, chat that you can put your questions specifically in, and that's what I'm reading off today mostly. So yeah, I'm not sure how it's gonna play back yet, but do let me know if you like it. So we've got, yes, I enjoy it, love the new format, I think it's really cool. Okay, so I think this might be the way we end up going kind of in the future, because it kind of allows me to have the question at the top, which I think is really useful so that people can see what I'm on. And yeah, it's not jumping the way it normally is. I mean, to be fair, it is mixing up where the questions are, but we will persevere. We will try and see how it goes. Okay. I've definitely answered these ones, I think. Yeah, okay, that was the spirit channeling one, so I've definitely answered that one. That was about the almanacs. Candle wax. Okay, we're making progress. What is your go-to magic site? Are we talking like magical supplies? Are we talking like resources? If we're talking resources, I don't have any one that I will go to. I bounce around so many, so I will essentially say if I'm feeling like I need to do a particular working and I'm not sure what herbs to use because it's something that I don't typically work with, I will say type into Google magical herbs for, and then insert the name. And then I will go on maybe like half a dozen different websites to figure out which ones line up, which ones are the same, look at the references for them, cross-reference it, and I will do it that way. If we're talking for magical supplies, Etsy. I will always use Etsy because I really enjoy getting them from creators. I'm finding, especially now, a lot of people, I mean, Etsy is still kind of just as bad for it. I won't pretend like it isn't. Their idea of handmade only kind of goes out the window when they're allowing a whole bunch of wholesalers to sell on there. But especially like eBay, Amazon, places like that are just destroying the industry, and they're just buying things that are badly made by people who are in terrible working conditions, and it's just not, it's not good. So like, if I can, I try to get all of my supplies from Etsy, from suppliers that I really enjoy, and I know that they're hand making things, because then I can kind of get a feel of who's working with that product, and I know the kind of energy I'm getting into, whereas with a lot of the mass-produced stuff, you just can't really tell. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Your support, honestly, your continued support means so much to me. Thank you so much. I don't know what else to say other than thank you so much for honestly just having faith in me and supporting the channel. Like, that is absolutely bonkers to me. And also thank you so much to Very Happy Mondays. Thank you so much. Like, it still blows my mind that people even come to the live streams, let alone that people would want to support them, and support me in any way. It honestly means so much to me, so thank you so much. As an Etsy seller who actually hand makes my product, yeah, the drop shippers and AliExpress resellers are so annoying. Yeah, same, because I sell stuff on the website, and then I also sell the handmade candles on Etsy, and the amount of times I see people selling stuff from wholesalers that I know personally, or they are just selling like really, really cheap mass-produced products as being handmade. One of the big things is like apothecary spoons. And they will be the same generic metal spoons with a piece of plastic on the end that have been sold on like AliExpress for like 10 years. And you can buy them for like 10p a spoon because they're like mass-produced in awful conditions. And then they'll be on Etsy for like 10 quid a spoon. And it's like, how are you getting away with it? Especially when they use the original stock images. They'll just use the wholesaler's images on Etsy, which is meant to check that everything is handmade. It blows my mind. Like, it's becoming kind of the new eBay, which is honestly sad because it was originally such an amazing place. Etsy still has so many amazing amazing hand makers on there. It's just, you definitely have to just double check, because sometimes it's so hard to tell what's what and who's who anymore. I don't like how the questions aren't chronological anymore. Yeah, me neither. I'm hoping that over time that will sort itself out. I think this is brand spanking new because I have never seen it, the questions tab before, so I'm hoping that over time it will even itself out and fix any of the glitches that it's having. Any books on planetary magic that you would recommend? I liked, it's in my laptop bag because I was using it as a reference. Let me see if I can find it off the top of my head. Planetary Magic, the Magical Philosophy Book of Planetary Magic by Denning and Phillips is my favourite on the subject. Denning and Phillips also do a fantastic book on astral projection, if that's something that you're interested in. Oh, thank you so much, Raven. Thank you so much. Oh, little Shiva is so cute. I love the little Shivas, they're adorable. Oh goodness, I really hope that I get to your question soon, Bunny. I'm really sorry it hasn't come up yet. I'm so hoping that YouTube kind of fixes the glitches. I'm sorry we didn't get to it before you had to go, but I hope you have lovely food. Honestly, I'm really hungry right now. I'm gonna have food as soon as I get off the stream because I have not had enough food today. Right, where was I? Would you be able to do another video on energy sensing or a book that's easy to understand? I just struggle with it so much. I will definitely add that to my list, try to do another one and hopefully make it a little bit easier to understand, because I know that not everyone learns in the same way. So I'm going to need to try and come at it from a different perspective to see if that kind of different way will help people get it a little bit. Have you ever worked with elementals, and which elementals gave you strong results from workings? Yes, I have used a lot of elementals in my practice, especially at the start. I would use elementals in all of my workings. I find that water and fire are the two strongest for me. I don't really understand why, other than it's just always how it's been. Like, I'm very strong water-based in my astrological placements, which might have a reasoning for why water comes up so strongly. I don't think I actually have... Do I have any fire placements? I'm not sure I have any fire placements, and yet fire works so effectively for me. So those are kind of the two that I use the most. Earth and air have always been kind of very neutral for me, never particularly powerful, never particularly weak, just kind of middle of the road. But yeah, water elementals and fire especially have been like my go-to ones that I have a lot of potency with. Oh my goodness, let's have a look. Have a good night, love angel. I love your name, by the way, and your picture is beautiful. I can't see it properly, I can just see the colours, and it's just so beautiful. Right. Let's see where I was. Any recommendations for fertility spells? It's really going to vary on tradition. Some people will use representational candles, other people will have things that they will place under the bed or in a bedroom as a way of magnifying that energy. Other people will use magical timing, so certain days of the week, certain times of the day. They'll time things to astrological placements as well. These could all be things to look into. Whoa! I don't know what YouTube just did, but my entire screen just went black. I didn't like that. Okay, that's kind of alarming. So they're all kind of things that you can look into, maybe even like tying it all together so that you are having candles that are lit on certain days in, say, the bedroom, probably the best example for this, as a way of kind of magnifying all of that energy together, petitions that are written, any deities that you want to work with, that kind of thing, to kind of just add that energy all together to kind of build something it's really layered, because the more layered a working is, you may find it brings kind of more oomph into the scenario. Oh, happy birthday, Zoe. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's have a look. Where was I? Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Manny, as well. I nearly missed this. Thank you so, so much. Okay, what is your favorite herb that's native to your area? Ooh. Is it what I use the most, or should it be what I feel really connected to? I will go for nettles because I use them so often, either nettles or the English rose, because I just love the smell of rose. I'm very old-fashioned like that. I love rose smells, and I love roses that smell and the smell of rose. I just merge those together. So those two I use a lot in my magical practice. And then I also really love blackthorn and hawthorn. I think they are just amazing energies. I don't work with them as much. Honestly, I could just list them out because this is so much. Like, I love the willow, I love the oak. The English oak is amazing to work with. I love the horse chestnut, that's great to work with. Birch is good to work with as well. But yeah, those ones are probably some of my favorites. Okay. Oh my goodness, this one is so sad and my heart absolutely breaks for you. Is there a ritual I can do for my dog that has passed? She is buried on the property We'll be moving and I'm struggling with leaving her. The thought of leaving her has been difficult. I can completely understand why. That is, yeah, that's really, oh, animals, it always gets me. If you would like to, you could, much like you would with a servitor or a familiar or a house spirit, you could ask if her spirit would like to come with you, or if her spirit is present, if she would like to come with you into a new space. Because that way, although you might be leaving behind the worldly remains, the essence of her is traveling with you always. And so then you could create maybe a small box that has items that represent her, whether it's a photograph, whether it is a name tag or something like that can go in the box as well. And then you're adding in maybe a treat or something to act as kind of a representation. And then you're requesting that if she is present, that she come with you in this form. And then you can move her into a new space. And although physically she's still where she was before, energetically and spiritually she has come to a new space with you. I'd say that's probably it's what I would do in that situation anyway, because it's you don't want to leave all of her behind. If you can take her essence and her spirit with you, if she would like to come with you, then that's kind of a great way of adding her into your life forever in a slightly different way. In a very different way, but still present in your life. Is the idea of a magical voice a Wiccan thing or an overall thing, or is it even a thing? I have never really heard of this, unless we're talking, say, like a voice that brings forward magic. So kind of like the chanting and the verbal charms is in essence kind of like a magical voice. And a lot of the songs and the music that we see within witchcraft and within Wiccan tradition as well is very much it's kind of magic in the form of music. I mean, a lot of the chanting that we see in the Wiccan songs especially is essentially an incantation set to music that we can utilize in our spells and rituals. It's used in gatherings and coven sessions, esbats and sabbats and these things. So I suppose in a way that's kind of a magical voice in a way. I've never really necessarily heard the term specifically, but that could be kind of what it's referencing, that bringing forth of magic through verbal incantation and charms and chants and that kind of thing. Okay, so this is interesting. So I'm sorry, I did not see this earlier today. I should have really seen this earlier. I can only see the questions, but they are coming up at the top of the screen. I mean, luckily, all of the questions so far have been completely fine, so I think it's just... I'm going to have to really think about whether to continue it with the separate Q&A or not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, so far I've not had any problems necessarily with the Q&A, with people posting in the Q&A like negative things. I think if anything, it's the fact that they can't see it means they don't get any satisfaction from posting horrible things in it. I don't know. I don't know what to do in terms of continuing with the Q&A being a separate chat. I'm gonna have to like fully think about this, because like it seems useful in one way, but also really confusing in another. Oh yeah, don't worry about accidental duplicates, LV, either. Don't worry about it. It's the only time it's ever a problem is when I'm getting like 50 of the same question, which did happen tonight. If it's like accidental duplication, do not worry one little tiny bit about it. It is really only ever an issue when it's like so many times. Yeah, I'm sometimes I wonder if when people post like horrible things in the chat and just trolly type things, I think that they probably do it because they get the satisfaction of seeing it. A little bit like how a criminal will return to the scene of the crime to look at everything that they've done. I almost feel like having the Q&A separately is like good in a way, because it means they don't get the satisfaction of seeing anything. So there's no point in them saying anything, but also it means that if anything does get said, I don't notice it, but then it also doesn't impact anyone else because they aren't seeing it either. Oh, decisions. And I am honestly, and also other people seeing it, yeah, like if it's just me seeing it, it doesn't really bother me so much. It's more, I don't like it when people post horrible things to other members of the chat and the community. If it's just being sent to me and only I can see it, then I can just, like, it doesn't have to affect me. I can just ignore it. Ooh, I don't know what's best to do, but this has been interesting doing the stream like this, just to kind of get a different way of looking at it. Like, I don't know. Anyway, let's see what else we've got here. I've heard from a couple of other practitioners about the Watchers, the supernatural beings that are not particularly harmful. Have you confronted any, and is there any literature I could read about them? I get this comment or similar comment in almost every single live stream. And I know primarily the video that this all comes from. I haven't watched the video myself, but I know of it. See, for me, I find that people use the term Watcher for multiple different beings, and it can make it really, really confusing. So what I know of as the Watchers are essentially a branch of angelic beings. I don't know how best to describe it. They are like neither angels nor not. They are kind of an in-between, and they're described as the Watchers. But I know a lot of people use the term Watcher to describe shades, because shades will observe. That's their thing. They love watching and observing and looking at what you're doing, peering around door frames and looking at you. They watch, and so a lot of people will refer to shades as being Watchers. I will just double check what it is I'm referring to in terms of this angel aspect. Yeah, it's a Watcher. So this, I'm not going to take Wikipedia as a useful source, but it has some usefulness. So it describes it as being a Watcher is a type of biblical angel. The word occurs both in plural and singular forms in the book of Daniel, 2nd century, as well as the books of Enoch, which is the 1st and 2nd century BC. They refer to both good and bad Watchers with a primary focus on the rebellious ones. That is how I have always known the term Watcher to be used as. And then I've seen more and more people referring to what I've always been taught as shades as being called Watchers. So I find it kind of confusing to know what is being referred to at any given time, because it depends on whether we are talking like 40-50 years ago terms or whether we're talking social media terms of today. So I've had lots of experiences with shades, probably more than any other spirit. Shades are, they're sweethearts. They're the cutest little things. Oh, they're not exactly little. Think Slender Man, but shadowy. Really, really lovely though. Look around door frames, pay attention to you, keep an eye on you, make sure that you're safe. Generally just observing. They like to gather together in groups and have conversations. Like, they're really, really lovely. But Watchers in the angelic sense were not necessarily lovely or terrible. They could be kind of anything of the above. And their context and history is very, very different. So I would say if you want to learn more about the Watchers as the angels, you're going to want to look at those books, the Book of Daniel and the books of Enoch, just to learn a little bit more about that side of it. And if you want to learn more about shades, then I would look into the terms shades, like shade or shades, as well as shadow people, because it seems like these two groups are now being called the same thing, which can get really confusing. Yeah, it's not the easiest to discern how people are referring to things anymore. I feel like everything has got like 5 different names and it gets really complicated. Okay, where was I? I am Did you do anything for the solar eclipse on April 8th? I don't think it was visible in the UK, but I'm still curious if you did anything with the energy. It wasn't visible here. I didn't do anything with the energy. The energy decided to turn my entire life upside down. That was unpleasant. Yeah, it's like the universe went, you know what we're gonna do right now? We're gonna align all of these significant astrological events, including a Mercury retrograde and a solar eclipse in in Aries, and we are going to destroy your life for 2 months. And so that is what happened. So I didn't do anything for the solar eclipse. The solar eclipse did everything for me, apparently, and I'm not sure whether it is a good thing or a bad thing at the moment. My life is still completely upside down, but we'll have to see. Everything usually is done for a reason, in my experience anyway, and so in the end, I'm sure it'll work out for the better. At least that's what I keep telling myself to make myself feel better about the entire situation. I'm curious, did anyone do anything for the eclipse? I'd love to know the kind of things that you did, because I know that in America you could see the eclipse, which I think is cool. Or at least you could see part of the eclipse, even if you couldn't see all of it. How to background check an author to make sure they're a member of the witchcraft community? Just look up their name. More than anything, just look up their name. If they don't have any social media, if they have no photos of them. I mean, I know that some people don't like having photos, but they would still probably have some kind of social media that shows they're a person. You know, ghost writers and AI writers are not real. They are not going to have any knowledge themselves. Well, ghost writers would have knowledge, but usually it's regurgitated from other books and they don't have a presence within the witchcraft community themselves. And AI writers don't know anything themselves. They're just taking information from other sources and using it as their own. So they will often be attending gatherings. They will have social media presence. They will be interacting with people within the community. They might be going to festivals. They might be doing book signings. They are likely going to have some kind of publisher, and if they don't have a publisher, they're usually going to have some social media to promote their book, and that is going to tell you a lot about them, as well as their standing in the community. Because if you are asking people about an author and they're all going, yeah, I'm not so sure about that person, I've never seen them and I don't even think they exist, that might be, yeah, Mary Silver, AI author, and you can spot them from a mile off usually, because they have about 15,000 books published in the last year and a half, which is not likely. So yeah, it's really good to just see if they have a presence in the community, and see if that presence is not just that their books are present in the community, but that they are present in the community. Like, you don't have to be, you know, putting yourself out there that much to have a LinkedIn profile, to have an Instagram where you promote your books and you talk about your book, to do interviews with people, you know, that kind of thing. These little things kind of build up to give you kind of a standing in that community. Are you still reading the regular chat? I am. As I'm going along, I'm trying to constantly continue to read the regular chat to make sure that I'm not kind of losing things too much. It's kind of a juggling act, but it does mean that I'm present in the chat that's currently happening, which I'm usually not. So it's kind of a nice change. Let's have a look. I am somewhere. I don't know where I am. Oh no. What are the current deities that you work with? So I am currently working with Brigid, Ceridwen and Kerunos at the moment. How do I form a connection with a tree? Silver birch has always resonated with me, and there's one living on my street and I'd like to build a connection. Spending time with, hands-on, interacting with, talking to are all really useful, kind of simple, easy ways of kind of starting to build that connection. Holding leaves, hands on the bark especially, and then if you feel like you are drawn to, or if they have given you permission to, you can pick up some leaves that are on the floor perhaps, or you can take a leaf off the tree if they've given you the permission to do so that you can then work with them more closely when you are away from that tree as well. I find though, talking to them is a great way of doing it, and they may well give you their name in the process as well. That isn't always going to happen, but I have had it happen with one particular tree especially. Yeah, and so that is a way of even deepening that connection even further. I've seen a lot of Mary Silver has a lot of books on everything. I bought one and it was not good. Yeah, that's the problem, is that when you have an author that is publishing, I mean, hundreds of books on every subject, that immediately sets off massive red flags for me, because it's rare to find an author publishing books on maybe even just a few topics, and usually those topics are all part of the same larger topic, so it isn't really necessarily even more than one topic, it's just aspects of one topic. To have an author who is publishing on both closed and open practices, specific, very, very detailed things, you know, you've got planetary magic 1 minute, and you've got deities the next, and then you've got this book on this subject and that book on that subject, and they've all been published within a week of one another. Unlikely. Books take a very, 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 very long time to write, even if you're not a procrastinator like I am. They are not quick by any stretch of the imagination. You're lucky if an author that does it full time is able to publish more than 2-3 books a year maximum, and that's then have to go through a publishing house potentially, or at least it has to be edited. You've got to make all of the additional things for it. You've got to format it correctly. Even if you're just doing an ebook, you have to have it formatted really, really perfectly, otherwise it's not going to look right on different formats. And to be able to pump out 10-15 books a month, not going to happen. So if you're seeing an author is coming out with dozens of books, don't even bother, because that information will have come from somewhere, and that somewhere is usually people who've actually done the work, instead of someone who's just trawling the internet for information and then just slapping it all in a book. Okay. I am kind of lost. Oh, you need to check out Hollow Taco nail polish. They have a dark green magnetic nail polish, and it's called Wicked Potion. That sounds amazing. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Is there any significance of sneezing during a ritual? It happened to me in the middle of a chant. Probably not. I'm going to go with more likely than not it's going to be just a general mundane thing, unless it's something where it's, how do I describe it? Unless it's repeatedly happening at the exact same time in the exact same ritual, I would say it's probably just a normal mundane thing that's just happened. Ooh, let's have a look at these eclipse conversations. Unfortunately, it was cloudy on the day of the eclipse. That's a shame. I seen the full eclipse. It was amazing. I felt very small in that moment, but not in a bad way. I was in the path of the totality in Texas. I didn't do anything. I just enjoyed knowing I can say I was in it. I was there when. I did do a protection spell against the chaotic energy bouncing around. Wow. A friend and I drove like 7 hours to go see the totality of the eclipse. It was super cool, and we saw a lunar moth during the day. That's amazing. Took the kids to see the totality. We live only about an hour and a half from the zone. They loved it and are old enough to remember. That's amazing. I have seen one eclipse. I think this was back, when was it? It would have to be 2014. Let me just double check. 2014. I feel like it must have been 2014, based off where I was at the time. Maybe not. Maybe it was 2015. Could have been 2015. And I just remember I didn't realize it was happening until like I was just walking back to my house, and I just remember thinking, wow, it's going really dark. And I was told afterwards that it was actually the eclipse, and I just completely passed me by. I mean, I realized it was something happening, but I didn't like fully realize it. And we didn't have like the glasses. Like, I noticed loads of people have like the eclipse glasses, so I didn't see any of that. All I know is it went dark for a while and then it went light again, and then life went on as usual. How would you use eclipse water? Probably for that kind of chaotic new start, new beginnings, throwing your world into chaos kind of energy. And that might sound terrifying, but it can be really good for like shaking things up, new starts, new beginnings, all that kind of stuff. Da, 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 da. Okay, my best friend has been sick or injured literally every week since late February. Does this sound like a hex to you? Not really. If so, can you give me any ideas about how to help him? Realistically, hexes and curses are not... they aren't thrown around as easily as people may think. And now obviously this depends on culture and tradition and everything, but I'm going to assume that it is unlikely, because you'd have to have really, really pissed someone off for them to be willing to put so much time and effort into maintaining something for so long. I think realistically it's probably just an unfortunate time. And you can do cleansings and you can do workings that will help kind of swing luck in their favor perhaps for a while to get them out of it. But I wouldn't say you necessarily have to be worried about anything more going on. You can always do some divination on it if that's something that you want to learn more about. Right, let's see. Have you ever been to Spain? Ooh, I have. I lie. I have been to Spain. Technically. Very small technicality. Have you ever been to Spain? Are you interested in learning from other... It just disappeared. Are you interested in learning from other countries' witchcraft history? Yes, definitely. I love learning about anything magical. And it isn't even necessarily something I have to apply in my own practice. I just love learning about it. So I've got my eye on a few books about like Italian historic witchcraft and traditional witchcraft and folk magic and all that kind of stuff that I want to look into. I have been to Spain, technically. I was in Gibraltar, and then we went to Spain, and then came back again on a day trip. And that same holiday, the plane that was meant to be landing in Gibraltar airport was too big for Gibraltar airport. Yeah. I don't know how that one worked. Why you would send a plane to an airport that you know cannot accept a plane that big is beyond me. So then we had to travel from Gibraltar to... where was it? I'm not sure where it was. We had to get like a coach 2 hours into Spain to get to the nearest airport, basically. So technically I have been to Spain. It doesn't really count, but technically I have. I would love to go though. I would love to travel more. I just need to manifest like the perfect relationship so that I can go traveling with someone. I think that would be cool, because I don't want to travel alone. I'm so proud. Proud is honestly the best word. I'm so proud of people who travel alone, like as a solo female traveler. I think that's just incredible. I would be way too nervous to do that. So maybe one day I will be able to go traveling and like see different places. I'd love to go to Spain. I'd love to go to Italy. I'd love to go to France. I'd love to go to Svalbard. Oh my god, if anyone watches Cecilia's videos of life on Svalbard, I would love to go. That would be amazing. I've got just like a parasocial relationship with Cecilia from Svalbard because her content's just amazing. I have like a list of places I'd love to go, but I don't have the nerve to do it. Like maybe one day I will. And if you haven't watched Cecilia's videos, if you like kind of travel location videos, Cecilia, let me see if I can I pronounce her surname? Probably not, because Cecilia Blumdahl? Blumdahl. Blomdahl. Cecilia Blumdahl. I definitely butchered that. Absolutely incredible content. Like, oh my goodness. Any chance you could share a short astral projection story? That's all the traveling I do. Love the vids. Astral projection story. Okay, let me see if I can think of one that I remember that isn't absolutely awful. Because my brain remembers all of the worst things. I think everyone's does to an extent. And so more than anything, I remember like the really bad astral projection stories. Like the time I got eaten alive by wolves, or that time when like a goblin was chasing me around and I was stuck there for like 4 hours and it was very, very unpleasant. I promise that astral projection isn't that scary. It's just those are the ones that I by default will remember. How can you forget that though? Like when you've been literally eaten alive by wolves in the astral realm, how do you actually forget that? That's like burned into my brain forever. I'm trying to think of one that's really because the problem is that the ones that are really good, like the moments that are like, oh, this is really lovely, are probably the least memorable. And that's not because like they aren't nice. It was it was like that they just slip out of my memory because they aren't like deeply terrifying. So yeah, not an ideal story, I suppose, about astral projection is being chased around by a goblin or eaten by wolves, but they were certainly memorable. And if anything, that is a story I will remember forever. I was living in Nottingham during that partial you're remembering. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just make that up. I just remember, like, I knew that the eclipse was happening at some point that day, but I wasn't expecting it to happen at that given moment. And then all of a sudden, it's like the sky is going dark and everyone is like screaming. And that's just what I vividly remember. Right, let's have a look to see if there's anything else that I have missed. Oh, interesting. Oh, my sister-in-law sold her soul to a demon. We're trying to get her out of it, but I'm wondering what happens to the soul after it's sold and what happens if we can't get her out of it. Interesting. Okay. So, generally speaking, spirits have no interest in souls. Like, there is no benefit to it. I'm interested about the context regarding this because I feel like the context is really important with this kind of thing. Because like the whole idea of selling your soul is not really something that we see super regularly in like witchcraft, because most spirits have got no interest in souls, especially, I mean, demons have got so many better things to be doing than dealing with souls. So are we talking about like an actual pact? And I know that none of this is probably going to be answered, but I'm merely ruminating on the options. Is this someone else that has done this for them, like on their behalf? How did this all come about? Was this in the astral? Was this in dreams? Was this in communication with an unknown spirit? I am very puzzled, because it's very, very rare that you find any legitimate soul selling going on. And usually it's in relation to very particular figures. And while some people may call them demons, most of the time they aren't. They're more like spirits or deities. Most demons have got no interest in souls. So I'm baffled. I'm baffled because there's no additional context. And more than anything, I'm always so curious about these things because it is so vague. Yeah, interesting. Is this live still going from 4 hours? It is. Yeah, I'm still on. I mean, it's not my longest stream. I used to do like 7-hour long live streams, which was impressive. Yeah, I'm interested in this whole demon thing because I have very rarely encountered a demon who gives any kind of attention to that kind of stuff. They will often want energy. They will want power, influence. They may want secrets, stories, truths that might be kind of hidden, things that you don't want to be shared. They often trade in energy and in power and influence. And it's a question that's absolutely baffled me, mostly because it goes against so much of my experience personally with demons. I know that some of the what would be like higher demons, or maybe what would be considered like the princes, like the crown princes, would perhaps maybe have a little bit more interest, more for the influence over another person aspect. But that's thrown me completely, because demons are demonized by Hollywood and media in a way that they really aren't in real life. Like they aren't the way they are portrayed in real life. Power. See, that's the thing. It's like names. It's like names to spirits are power. It's influence. And so secrets are kind of like that as well. It's like that saying of like, don't whisper anything under a willow tree that you don't want to be whispered on again, because spirits will often trade in secrets. And that's why it's really useful to be very secretive with spirits, to keep your true intentions hidden, to keep your name hidden, to try to minimize that kind of interaction. But yeah, that one has thrown me. I will have to ask my friend what his experiences with this are, because our experience, he works a lot more with demons than I do. I have like some interactions, passing interactions, but yeah, maybe that's an option actually, that there could have been some kind of agreement in place, and now that, you know, one person's not held up their side of the deal, and so it's kind of come back around. But yeah, that's the thing, is that like it's more the power over someone that is the useful thing. Like what is a demon going to do with a soul? Instead, if a demon has influence over you, that means they can get something out of it. They're more likely to want influence than they are a soul, because a soul is pretty useless. But the influence, the things that you can do to benefit them, is far more useful than just a thing. Which is what's making me wonder if it could be, is it a threat? Is it a miscommunication, misidentification? Is it more of a fear thing? You know, is it that like getting a kick off the fear because of the stereotypes that often come from it? Ooh, this is interesting. And yeah, I'm Jimmy Guinness, I'm hoping that's right, said, I work with a goddess that's commonly known as a demon. Yes, so many figures and so many spirits and goddesses and gods and entities are so misrepresented that they are shown as being demons to people outside of that tradition when they really aren't. So yeah, I really want more context. I know I'm not going to get more context. Maybe more like compensation if you don't hold up your end of the bargain. Yeah, maybe. Like, I'm thinking that this might be more of like a power trip kind of threat, knowing the kind of stereotypes, because demons aren't daft. They also aren't all evil either. A lot of them are absolutely, they're quite sweet, actually, some of them. I mean, I mentioned this in a previous live stream, but you even have demons that help you find lost things. Like, not all demons are these like big bad figures that you would be believed, or that people want you to believe. And a lot of them are spirits that otherwise would be seen as being quite positive. Yeah, it is the thing. It's a lot of the Abrahamic religions are very much a problem when we're looking at the demonization of things that are outside of them. I've noticed that quite a lot. So between the Abrahamic religions and Hollywood, demons have been literally demonized, which is kind of ironic. Yeah, that's what I always thought as well, Klaus, is it. Anytime I've ever heard someone talking about it, it's always very much come across to me as being a fear thing, because they aren't daft. They know over hundreds of years how they are perceived. And so if you are wanting influence, if you are wanting power, if you are wanting sway, if you're wanting to get something from someone, for whatever reason that might be, why not use your own stereotype against them? Why not feed into it? Because if it's benefiting you, you would probably want to feed into that. Like, I know I would. If I were in their shoes and I knew that feeding into that stereotype was going to benefit me in the long run, I could understand why it was done. So, yeah, interesting. I've gone through all of the questions in the Q&A now, I believe. I think. Let's actually have a look. Okay, let's go up to the top and let's have a look. Oh, now everything's in a completely different order again. Oh, I don't like this. Every time I refresh the Q&A, it's in a different order. Oh no. I really hope that I've not lost loads and loads of questions. I might have. Oh no. Duh. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to figure out this whole Q&A system, because this is not how it is meant to work. Oh dear. Okay, I've seen a few that I definitely haven't seen before. Hey, a beginner here. Is there a way to tell a fake witch from a real one? Resist the refresh. I know. I shouldn't have refreshed. So it's going to depend on context, because oh, Billy, if yours isn't showing up in the Q&A, feel free to post it in the normal chat and I'll try to get to it next, because I don't want people to be missing out. Yeah, feel free at this point in the live stream to put them in the chat, because I am completely lost in the Q&A. It has gone bonkers on me, so feel free to just put it in the normal chat and I'll try to just go through them as I can. If we are talking like businesses, like people selling spells, rituals, that kind of thing, then for me, the main defining features to me are people who are claiming things that are simply not possible. So I've mentioned it several times before in previous videos of bringing people back from the dead, curing crazy things, all these kind of big claims of, especially the bringing people back from the dead is one I've seen too many times, the curing illnesses that cannot possibly be cured even with modern science, the extreme things, 100% guaranteed. This spell is 100% guaranteed to work. That's all a massive red flag to me that says you are bullshitting. This is not real. You are trying to get money off people, because no practitioner should ever claim that their workings are 100% guaranteed, because that's not how it works. It's too variable. There's too many things going on that could play a part in it, that could counteract with it. Like, it's not as simple as, yes, this will work, no, this won't work. There's too many variables, too many things can change. If we're talking just in day-to-day life, I wouldn't even really bother trying, honestly. I would just, maybe this is just my thing of it, but I tend to just, I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane and I try not to pay much attention, because anyone could really say anything about anything. And it's very difficult to determine what is and isn't true for the individual, especially when we're talking about personal practice. But generally, again, it's proclaiming lineages that we know are physically impossible. If you're claiming that you are a 20th generation Pendle witch, you're probably bullshitting right now, because a lot of the people who were caught up in the witch trials were just innocent people. And if you're claiming to follow a tradition that has remained unbroken and unchanged, and you're saying that this ritual that you're using has been the same for the last 700 years, you're lying. You are lying. Because the reality is that nothing stays unchanged for that amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, you can follow folk traditions, you can adapt them over time, you can change and shift things, and things are adapted to suit the society at that given moment. That's fine. But to say that you are following a tradition that's been unchanged for 700 years, it's bullshit. You're lying. And if you're not lying, someone has lied to you, because that's not how traditions work. Like, witchcraft today would not be as it is today if it weren't for the adaptation of it into modern religions of the time, these kind of things. So for me, it's things like that get to me, because don't get me wrong, there are definitely people out there who are descendants of famous practitioners, or they have a lineage of witches going back through time. But the number of times I have heard people say that they are descended from one of the Salem witches, and therefore that makes them all powerful. And then you look at the actual history of the Salem witch trials and you realize that more likely than not, they were just innocent people. Caught up, wrong place, wrong time, wrong circumstances, wrong political leaning. Before you know it, you're accused of witchcraft and you're sentenced for it. And so I definitely think that is something that we need to be cautious of in the community, of people claiming profound lineages that are just unrealistic. It's like people saying that that they were Cleopatra in a past life. I've met so many people. I'm talking like hundreds of people who have told me that they have been told that they are Cleopatra in a past life. I'm sorry, all of you can't have been Cleopatra in a past life. Someone, maybe. All 100 of you, no, not happening. I've heard it so many times. And unfortunately, some of it is belief in a person that maybe isn't themselves all that truthful, more than anything else. So, see if I can answer the chat. For anyone wondering who kind of missed it, the Q&A chat box has kind of gone a little bit bonkers on me. I can't tell which way is up and which way is down. I don't know where any of the new questions are on it. Everything has gone to absolute chaos. So if you have any new questions, feel free to just put them in the normal chat, because I have no idea which questions I've answered and which ones I haven't. So let's have a look on this. I dreamt that my aunt who passed away asked to take me to see him. I'm not Christian and I wasn't scared. Any thoughts? I mean, it could simply be a subconscious dream. It could be in reference to a particular person. It doesn't necessarily have to mean, say, like a god or something. It could be something contextual in your life that might need looking into, perhaps. It's definitely an interesting one. What are your favourite protection herbs? Nettle, rose thorns, hawthorn is good for protection. What else do I use? I use a lot of oak for kind of grounding and stability. Birch I will use for protection as well. What else will I use? I like sandalwood for protection. Mostly though, I tend to find it's things that are sharp and spiky or things that sting. So we're talking brambles, we're talking rose thorns, we're talking blackthorns, hawthorns, nettles, anything stingy or stabby tends to be pretty good in my book for protection. What do you think of when dealing with demons? A Catholic priest is always called to perform an exorcism. The movie The Exorcist was based on a true story. Yeah, so the reason for this is because, as far as I'm aware, anyway, exorcisms can only be performed by Catholic exorcists. Like, they are formally trained in the Catholic Church. You don't have to, if you have, say, a spirit possession, which is fairly unusual, but can happen. People will call exorcists because that's all they know that they can call. And especially when you've got movies coming out, and especially when a lot of people were following said traditions, you would by default call an exorcist because it's who you knew to call. Not Ghostbusters, the exorcists. And I think it's good to note that just because Catholic exorcists are the only exorcists that are technically exorcists doesn't mean you have to call an exorcist. You can call so many other people. It's just they can't refer to themselves as an exorcist. And every time I say the word exorcist, I just think of the anime Blue Exorcist. And if you haven't watched it and you like anime, you need to. I haven't seen the new season yet. It took them 12 years to come out with a second season. They should have done it sooner. Anyway, tangent. Yeah, it's one of those where people will call exorcists because it's all that they know to call. Is like a Catholic priest to do an exorcism. There are other options though. You can go to many different denominations and they will have something similar. You can also go to people outside of the Christian faith and they will be able to do something similar as well. It's just the kind of terminology. I do find it entertaining though, more than anything, when you have like exorcists called in to the most non-Catholic environment imaginable. And it's obvious that they didn't need an exorcist, but they call an exorcist because it's the only people that they know just from kind of social media and pop culture that they can contact. Right. So then, is The Exorcist and stuff that Ed and Lorraine Warren did not what demons do? Most of the time it's not at all. I think it's important to look at the work of them very cautiously, because there's been a lot of debate as to whether it is entirely accurate. There's definitely been some elaboration that's gone on there. Not all of it is true, and especially when you get to the movies, it definitely isn't true. There's a lot of additions that have been added in there, but I think it's important to remember that you cannot judge an entire group of people based off the actions of one, and the same will apply when it comes to demons. People hear like one bad story and they will go, all demons are evil. No, they're not. They're just a classification of spirits. It's a little bit like, I use the term fish a lot when it comes to fae, but it's a little bit like fish or aquatic mammal. Aquatic mammal can be a range of different things, but they all have enough similar traits to be grouped together. They're not all the same, and each individual, even within species, is going to be slightly different from one another, but because they all have similar enough traits, they get grouped together. That applies to the fae, that applies to nature spirits, that applies to demons. And so they're going to range from, how do I describe it? They're going to range from being very, very malicious to being quite lovely, actually. Depending on who it is that you're working with, what it is that you're working with, and all of that kind of stuff. It's very, very variable. Oh, I'm going to visit Rupert the doll soon. I don't know if there's actually a spirit inside the doll, but I was wondering if I would need any specific protections. Just don't talk shit about the doll. If I've learned anything about Rupert the doll, you do not say anything bad about him. Robert. That's what I'm thinking of. Robert. It is Robert the doll that you're thinking of, right? Robert. Don't say anything. Don't laugh, don't mock, don't joke, don't laugh at his clothes, don't say anything bad about himself. Don't. Be nice. Nice to the doll. Compliment the doll. Kind to the doll. Because there have been several cases of people who have pissed him off that have come back and had to profusely apologize to fix the shit that they created. So, like, please be careful. I don't think you necessarily need any particular, protections per se. It's more just a case of don't annoy the doll, basically. Where was I? I'm here somewhere. Okay, I think I was about here. Fake witches, I want to name them. Oh dear. This may sound like a stupid question, but is it normal to feel emotional when connected to a broken tree branch which was found in a neglected environment? No, I don't think that that's abnormal, and it definitely isn't a silly question. I, like you, am very, very connected to things and very emotional with things. And so for me, recently in the local parks, the council has taken down so many trees, and I find it heartbreaking every single time. Like, it's viscerally heartbreaking because the tree didn't do anything to deserve. Like, some of them are obviously damaged, but sometimes it's just that they're in the way of building work, and I can't help but get really upset about it because that tree has been taken down because people considered the new wall that they wanted building or the new fence as being more important than a living being. And I know that so many people don't consider trees to be living beings in the same way that you would say consider an animal, like a cat or something. But for me, I consider everything to be living in a way that is really profound. And so I also get really, really upset with these things, especially when someone has like burned a tree or purposefully ripped branches off it or defaced it or like carved their name into it. I get really pissed about it because people would have a very different attitude to it if they saw trees as being as valuable as animals. Because can you imagine if you did those same things to an animal? People would be in absolute uproar. But instead, people carve their names in hearts on trees and they think it's a nice way of expressing their love. Don't damage the tree. How about you express your love without damaging the tree? How about that? I get like really sentimental about trees. I just always have. Instead of annoying the doll, I would rather destroy anything spiritual in it. But why? That spirit is literally just existing. That spirit's not doing any harm. The only time that Robert does anything is when people actively say horrible things about him. To him. I think anyone would be annoyed about that. I know I would be. If I was there, having people looking at me all day, every day, people paying to come and see me and look at me, and then when they see me, they say horrible things about me, I think I'd be pretty annoyed too. I can't blame him, honestly. Like, I think it's very different if it's maybe a spirit that is like maliciously attacking people, you know, for no reason. So say like the Annabelle doll was whether you believe the stories or not, was very malicious in its behaviour. Whereas, as far as I know from the history, and I'm going to have to probably deep dive into the research of this, Robert was a beloved toy for a very long time, and the boy who owned him would talk to him and have conversations with him all the time and kept him through his entire life, basically. And then, because it was perceived as being a haunted doll, it drew the interest in museum that now has him. And yeah, it's really only when people take pictures without his permission or when people say horrible things to him or about him that he lashes out. And honestly, I can't blame him. I think I'd probably do the same if I was in his position. If I'd spent my entire life with someone who loved me and cared for me, and now people are gawking at me and taking my pictures without permission, I think I'd be kind of annoyed. Ooh, oh wow, that's really cool. I'm a wand maker and had an allotment in Nottingham. The allotments got sold for development. Oh, that's such a shame. I made wands from my special trees to pass on to my friends so the trees could live on. That's really, really beautiful. I'm always so frustrated when they do that. It's always sold for development when you know that they've got sites that they could use. They pick the green areas, but you know there's a whole bunch of like brownfield sites that they could use, but they choose not to because it's cheaper to use the green areas. So, yeah, I get so frustrated by it. There was recently an area local to here that loads of people were protesting it because there's enough like new builds going up anyway, and they took out the entire green area and all the trees just to build a housing estate on it. And while I understand that, you know, people need housing, I think it's really interesting when you've got loads of interesting areas that have houses that could be demolished to be rebuilt. Instead, they just demolish all the trees. They take out the trees, they take out all the green areas, and they build on them, and it's so frustrating, and it makes me so sad because, like, trees deserve respect. Trees are cool. Boom. Right, where was I? I am up here somewhere. Okay. I am trying to figure out where I was. Okay, I think I was about here. Can you please share on mirror magic? How to identify if it's happening with you or if your practice is working? Protection and what not to try. That's a lot all in one go. Honestly, is there anything in particular about the topics? Because this is like an entire topic in and of itself. when it comes to like how to identify if it's happening or if your practice is working, that's usually when you start getting results. It's generally the easiest way of figuring it out, because if it's not working, you're not going to get any results. But if it is, then you will. So generally it's a results-based practice more than anything. Wow, that was bright. Okay. Can't you change the order with an option on the user interface? I wish. That would make it so much easier. No, instead it just gives me like the option for the Q&A. But it is, every single time I click on it, it is completely different. So I don't know what's going on with that. Something funky is going on with it. How do you know if a spirit allows you to take something? Using the example of taking a tree branch. So it's going to depend on how you interact with the spirits. So for me, it's very knowing. It is like verbal, but I'm not hearing it. It's more just like I know it. It's like it's really strange. And so for me, if I ask a question, I usually will either get an energetic answer as being a yes or no, and that comes out of practice of figuring out what's a yes and what's a no over a lot of trial and error, or it will be a strong yes or no, or it'll be kind of conversation in that way, and that's how I go about it. It's going to be different for everyone. In that some people may feel a breeze, hot or cold. They may feel heavy or light. You know, it's going to be variable based off how you commune with spirits. And I think it's about that trial and error. So to start off with, I would say try getting a feel of a yes or no based off things that have already fallen. You know, asking that tree, you know, is this part of you, and seeing what the answers are that way to kind of get a gauge before you start considering taking things. My daughter-in-law keeps collecting cat whiskers. What magic do they hold? Usually they're used in good luck. Cats are, although many people perceive them as being bad luck, are incredibly lucky animals, and so cat whiskers are commonly used for luck spells. I'm curious, when someone mentions the witch mother, who exactly are they referring to? So for me, the witch mother is the elder. And I don't know if that's going to be the same for everyone, but that is who the witch mother is in what I know. Are there different ones for different traditions? Yeah, I would say that there probably will be. I will see where the witch mother actually comes from, but for me, the witch mother has always been the elder tree. I've always known as being called the witch mother. That might not be the same for everyone. I would love to know if anyone knows of the term witch mother. Who is it referring to you? Maybe it's because my practice is very strongly in the tree aspect of it. I've always known it to be the elder. Because this is just a little bit here. So the elder mother is thought to be the guardian of the elder trees, and it was said until recent times in England and Scandinavia that to take the wood from the elder tree, one would have to ask the mother first, or else ill luck would befall the woodsman. The woodsman would have to ask the elder mother, "Old girl, give me some of thy wood, and I will give thee some of mine when I grow into a tree." And it's been kind of adapted over time, but that's what I've always known as being the witch mother. I'd love to know what other people perceive them to be. Have a look here. This is about Robert the doll again. If I was stuck inside Robert, always on display, I'd be pissed. Also, there's a difference between asking to take a picture and posting the picture you took on social media. Yeah, that's what I found as well. And this is not to say that YouTube, because this was in reference to like YouTubers being respectful and still having misfortunes from it. I think it's also important to remember that a lot of YouTube, not necessarily saying that these people are like that, because they may well not be, but we had a lot of things about cursed boxes. We had a lot of things about cursed dolls. You know, a lot of things, when they become popular, there becomes this like drive for content, clickbait, clicky things. And if you've gone somewhere to interact with a doll, the haunted doll, you've gone there to make a video on the subject. If you can be as respectful as you want. If you have received a no, if you've spent hours and hours and hours making that video, I can understand why someone may then go, oh, but we've spent so long making this video, what am I going to do with it now? Like, I'm just going to post it anyway. And so you may well be respectful, but if you have not actually been given a positive response to say, yes, I'm okay with you doing this, then that could still come back to them. And it's not necessarily to say that is what that has happened in this case, but I think there definitely can be something in that of, I've spent 15 hours traveling to get to be able to see this doll. I've spent so long making this video and now I'm not allowed to post it. I'm going to post it anyway. What's the worst that can happen? Is something that I'm sure has happened a lot. Oh yeah, the witch mother is in the crooked path. You're right. See, I always know of the witch father being kind of the buka and the horned god. Let me see if I can find the crooked path, and then I can get the section up if I can find it. It could actually be anywhere up here. I really have to alphabetize these again. That would make my life so much easier. Because this is not in alphabetical order anymore. Okay, never mind. I can't find it. Note to self, alphabetize my bookshelf again, because I can't find the crooked path. Yep, okay, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. It might be in the other room, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think it will be that the term is probably used in varying forms across different traditions. And it's very much an individual thing, I suspect. The same with a lot of things. There's a lot of like individual tradition involved that's going to change the meanings. Right, let's see where I was. What's your favorite horror movie series? I don't really like horror movies, honestly. The only horror movie that I will ever comfortably watch, I'm not even sure you'd really call it horror. It's like horror comedy, and that is Cabin in the Woods. That has got to be one of the best movies of all time. Absolutely amazing. If you have not seen Cabin in the Woods, please see it, even if it's just for the references to everything else. It's fantastic. Oh, I do like The Evil Dead. That's good. I like The Evil Dead. But otherwise, I don't really like horror movies. I don't like anything that is overly gory. I don't like psychological. I find Paranormal Activity and the Blair Witch Project boring. I'll be honest, I'm really not a massive horror movie fan. Would you think I would be, given that it's kind of the thing that you would expect me to like? But no, I've never been a massive horror movie fan. Okay. Let's see. What are your thoughts on attachments? Are they always bad or negative? Is it necessary to be rid of them? Oh, definitely not always bad and negative. People see the word attachment and they kind of assume bad or negative, but it can be really positive as well. So you can go somewhere and have a spirit attachment and have them be absolutely amazing. And what I find interesting is that when it is a spirit attachment that's positive, people will often refer to it as like a familiar, or it will be a guide. But when it's something negative, it's a demon. Like it's these like very big buzzwords are often used for it. Energy attachments, spirits attachments, they can be positive or negative depending on the context within which they were attached onto you and the location and kind of their intentions. They aren't necessarily one or the other. It's very depends on context. But what I will say is that you don't always necessarily want to have that attached to you, even if it is positive, because it could be influencing other things and your own energy, so that might not be desirable either. I need to figure out where I am. I recently had a powerful spell and found myself being drawn by my chest towards and into the flame. I was being pulled. It was heavily empowered and I was moving forward. I freaked and stopped. Yeah, that sounds kind of intimidating. May well have been an energetic tie of some kind, spirit involvement. It could be worth, if you didn't already, maybe try doing it again if you ever felt you wanted to, but with circles attached or with circles in use, just to figure out whether it was an external influence or whether it was something about the working itself. Trying to figure out where I was again and I'm failing. This is why the Q&A section was useful for this in particular, of like not getting lost. It's just a shame that it ended up being so jumbled. I love that Robert feels exploited. I think Robert probably does feel exploited. A little bit, at the very least. Can't speak for Robert, but I do wonder if spirits in that environment do kind of get to feel that way. You know, we've got there's such a draw on haunted dolls and haunted items that I do wonder how they may be feeling in all of this. I think it's got to be kind of hard to be kind of stuck in that environment, especially when you've been part of a loving family for so many years, to then be stuck in an environment where you're inside a box all the time. That's got to be really harsh. What are your thoughts or opinions on good luck and fortune spells, and that they aren't a good idea because after a while you get, after getting your good luck, you'll get the bad luck to make things even? Ever heard that take? Yeah, that's the take that I have found within my own practice, and it's what I stand by as well. That's not to say anything scary, it's more that the world balances itself out. And good luck and bad luck is a swinging pendulum. And so for me, I often find that if you're in a period of particularly bad luck, if you do a working to balance out your misfortune, it kind of balances itself out and you end up somewhere in the middle. But what can be a problem is when people keep pulling the pendulum to the positive side. They're like, I want good luck, give me good luck, only good luck. And then when that swings back again, it isn't necessarily what they are expecting or what they want. And it's not to say that it's necessarily bad. If you're having a period of bad luck, and you swing that pendulum in equal amount to the good luck, it balances itself out. Great, fantastic. You've had a little bit of good luck, you've now balanced it back out to neutral again. The only real problem in my experience is when people are constantly refusing to accept anything that is anything less than positive, which the reality is it's life is both, right? If every day was a beautiful sunny day, none of it would be memorable. It would all just be the same. Like, you have to feel some of the bad to feel the amazing good that can happen. And so I find that when people pull and pull and pull on that good luck, they often don't like what happens afterwards when they are refusing to accept anything bad in their life. So it's not a take everyone shares. It's just something I've experienced within my own practice, in that there's a lot of kind of give and take with it. It is a swinging pendulum for me. And so I can get why people think that it isn't necessarily a good idea. I think it's just a case of being aware and being cautious. Bum 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 bum. Oh, we've moved away from It's a Small World. I will take that as a win. Because I get fed up of It's a Small World. How to retire a very old protection jar. I think I shouldn't just open it and cleanse it because it has all that negativity stored in it. Can I just throw it in the garbage? Yeah, pretty much. If it's like a witch bottle, it's just full of all of that bad, nasty stuff, you can just throw it in the bin. Pretty much. Do 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 do. Da 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 do 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 do. Right. Should we interact with Robert? Should we say hi, or should we try to remain silent? Ooh, I don't know. It's a difficult one. It's probably going to depend on the energy that you feel when you are there. I think it may be good to say hi, but also it's one where don't say hi because you feel like you have to. I think that's the thing, because I think more than anything with most spirits, being genuine is the most important thing. And it can come across as rather disingenuous if people are saying something because they feel like they have to. I think it's probably better to be interacting in a way that is authentic to you and also respectful. Do 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 bum 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 bum. What's your definition of the soul? Oh, interesting. I never really know, because I think there's different aspects to it. More than anything, I don't think it is one thing. I think it's at least two different things, because I think you've got the energetic essence of who you are. That's what the true name is kind of attached to, that travels through lifetimes. But then you also have that part of a person that stays behind after death, the bit that becomes the spirit. And whether that is kind of an energetic echo of who they were in this lifetime versus the eternal energy of a person, I'm not sure. It's a very complicated topic, and no one has any real solid answers on it. But I don't think it's any one thing. I think it might be multiple things that come together to be what we consider a soul. Because there are many people that sadly see what they believe to be the soul leave loved ones who are still completely alive. You know, there's that part of them that makes them, that sometimes gets lost before the physical body. And I almost feel like that's its own separate bit as well, because that's not life force. That's almost who they are. And that's separate again. I think it's it's very complicated. It's interesting. My favourite word again. I love it. I'm saying it so often at the minute. Nuanced. I love the word nuanced. Oh, thank you so much, Jess. I watch your videos when I want to reset my attention span. I struggle with consuming short form content and not gaining anything from the content I'm consuming. Thank you so much. That's a massive compliment. Thank you. I too struggle with short form content. I have been known to doom scroll of an evening. It's a very bad habit. Very, very bad. Okay. Oh, it jumped. The bonus is that's not something that's happened a lot tonight. Yeah. That's the bonus of having the Q&A section. Do you incorporate other practices in your craft? No. I tend to stick in the folk magic, traditional witchcraft kind of sphere. Especially at this point in my practice. If that protection jar breaks at some point in the dump or something, would that be a problem? No, not really, because it's not in your space anymore. That energy is not, it's not linked in an area. And especially if it's been contained for so long, I don't think it would be an issue. Are your earrings mushrooms? They are. They're like a sun at the top and then mushrooms in the middle and a little star at the bottom. They're cute. I have a thing with mushrooms. I really like little woodsy things. Right. I'm trying to figure out if there's any that I've missed, but we're going for nearly 5 hours this time. Wow. Let's have a look. I think I might be pretty much done. Damn, I think I might be. Oh, here we go. On that topic, how is it possible to talk to people who've passed if they go on to live their next life? I'm super confused with this, and I know you believe in reincarnation too, so I wanted to ask. It's why I consider it to be kind of it's many small different things, I think, that make up the whole. I think it's kind of your eternal energy is part of it. I think that the echo of who you are in this life is a part of it. And I think that that consciousness is another. And I think that some bits move forwards and some bits stay behind. And that's why we often get the version of them as who they were in this life, rather than, say, a version of them that maybe they preferred in a past life. I think that's what makes sense to me, simply in my experience. You've never touched on, oh, I can't even I can't even pronounce half of those things. No. I've never really looked into anything like that. I mean, I'm always happy to look into new things, but usually I don't include it in my own practice. I tend to be stuck in the things that I like, the things that I work with already. And yeah, that tends to be the little box that I sit in. What is your main demographic? I'm a middle-aged woman and my daughter is teens. You sound older than you look. You look nice tonight. Thank you. I don't even know how to describe it, honestly. And I try not to, honestly. I tend to keep myself ambiguous. Limited amount of information about myself gets shared on the internet, and that's typically how I like it, honestly. I find that if I share too much about myself, people tend to feel like they know me too much. And I know that might sound really strange, but I already get strange messages and emails and letters from people who think that they know me really, really well, and it's kind of weird. So I tend to try to keep that like separation a little bit. So the less I share about me as a person, I find being online easier, generally speaking. I've apparently missed a question. I'm trying to figure out where the question is. If I missed a question, feel free to repost it again, because I can see lots of comments, but none of them questions. Unless I'm just completely missing it, which after 5 hours I think I probably might be. What do you think the knocking on the house and windows every few months means? No water pipes making that noise, no one dies, a superstition, how to address it. It depends on the context. If it's seasonal, like changing seasons, then it could be temperature based, which is always a possibility. Otherwise, you could have spirits passing through, especially if it times along with the trooping of the Fae, for instance. You may well be having interactions in that case. Let's have a look. Confidence in speaking spells, as in like gaining more confidence in it. I'd say build up. If that's the case, then it's kind of building up slowly. So I would start with just in your mind, just mentally going about it, and then whispering, and then from whispering kind of a little bit louder, maybe just chanting a few words, just repeating one word over and over and over again, and then getting up higher and higher into, I mean, some people shout their rituals. I couldn't do that. I'm not that kind of person. But to gain confidence, it is just kind of that gradual build up. And I mean, I find some of my most effective workings are ones that are just whispered, because it's more about the power that you put behind the words and the volume of them. Oh, okay. I'm wondering, did you send the chat into the Q&A? Because the Q&A section is kind of broken at the minute. Which might be why I'm not seeing it, because it is not coming through. Nothing is basically coming through on the Q&A. I'm thinking I might have broken it with the number of questions. I didn't think that was possible, but I think that I might have broken it simply because it's full. So if you resent it on the Q&A, it's not going to show up for me. So if you could put it in the chat, that would be great, because I think I broke it. Okay, what do you do with the spiders you find in your home? I assume you live with them in harmony. Do you use them in rituals anyway? Oh no, I leave them. Unless they are particularly ginormous and or in a place where I don't want them to be, I will just leave them be, typically. I live in an old house. It's inescapable. They come out of the basement sometimes. And really, as long as they don't like come near me, like as long as they aren't crawling on me, I'm okay with it. Oh, people theorize that the spirits inside these haunted dolls will try to escape, and they can feed on the energy given when people visit. So I don't know if they'd want to leave. Your opinion on this? Oh, I mean, unless a spirit has been sealed inside a doll, they can leave at any point. So unless it's like forcefully sealed in, they can just leave. So really, at any point, they could bugger off and do something else. But yeah, it's that thing of, why would you? If you are getting fear, if you are getting excitement, if you are getting anticipation, if you are getting all of these really high energy emotions, why would you want to leave? There are definitely some circumstances though where it's clear that the spirit is not there willingly, and in which case then I do feel really bad for them, because that's not a choice that they would want to make. What deity or spirit would you recommend working with for an artist? Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Mostly because I only work with the 3 deities that came to me. I never really spent a massive amount of time researching them. But if anyone in the chat has any ideas on the kind of deities or spirits for artists, inspiration, success, growth, development, those kind of things, do let us know. Because I really only work with Brigid, Carodren, and Keronos, which are not probably ideal for... I mean, to be fair, Brigid is poetry, but it's not quite the same. I've always placed iron on the 4 corners of my property, such as old keys on my doors and triangle-shaped rocks at my windows for protection. How do you feel about this practice? Really traditional, Really like it. It's not going to protect against everything, but a lot of the land or the earthbound spirits are going to stay away if that's something that you are wanting to do, which clearly it is. I think it's really cool. I mean, I love these kind of old traditions coming through into modern practice. In this lifetime, I have no English heritage that I'm aware of. However, the word Avalon has shown up often, randomly and without explanation. Just curious as to what that means or where to even start research. So, Avalon is the Isle of Apples, and it's obviously deeply ingrained in Arthurian legend. So, it's an interesting one because the Arthurian legends as we know them today are not historical per se. Some aspects of them are, but a lot of them are come out of the romanticism of the Victorian period. So it could be interesting for you to look up the legends and the stories, look into more about King Arthur and Merlin and these figures, and perhaps even the deities that are represented in the myths and legends as well. Avalon is also connected to Glastonbury as well as to Cornwall and to North Wales. So you have like Anglesey is connected to it, Glastonbury is kind of the Avalon, and then also you have Tintagel in Cornwall as well. So these are all places that you might want to look into and see if any of it really calls out to you, because it might be that someone or something is reaching out, or perhaps it's just where your practice needs to go, is to kind of go through these myths and legends. How can you contact and work with the spirit of the serpent or snake? Representations are always good. If you can get a piece of art or an oracle card that has that figure on it, you can then reach out and see if they will come through in meditations, in divination, in sleep as well, to form a deeper connection that way. What have we got here? And then I will end up going in a moment so that I can go and get some food because I'm hungry. Do you believe that entities can actually manifest in a physical form of some kind? For example, those flesh pedestrians. I feel like I should know what that is, and I have no idea. I think entities, and by entities I'm assuming we're talking like spirits here, can overlay, so they can kind of take physical form by overlaying other things. And depending on the strength of them, they can manifest in what appears to be a physical way. Oh, I've never heard of that before. I have absolutely zero experience with that. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, there's loads of legends and stories of, we see it in different areas of the world as well. So Bigfoot is one where local peoples say that they're a spirit and they can manifest in physical form. We have it with the fair folk, where it's believed that they can manifest in physical forms as well. Same with water spirits and mermaids and sirens. They're believed to be able to manifest in physical form. Usually it's temporary though, so it's like they'll be in a place for a certain amount of time, so it might be a certain number of days, a certain number of hours or weeks, and then they return to being spirit again, and then in a set amount of time they can then return back again. So we see stories like that quite a lot. I don't know anything really about that particular topic in terms of flesh pedestrian. That's a really interesting term. I can't believe I've never heard that before, so I don't really know much about that aspect of it all, but other spirits definitely seem to, whether it's overlaying other things, whether it is being strong enough to be perceived as being corporeal when it's not, or whether it's actually becoming corporeal temporarily. I don't know, but it's interesting. Do you see Medusa as a deity or a powerful water spirit? I've always seen Medusa as being a deity, honestly, but that might just be my experience with learning about the mythology and legends rather than kind of like a personal experience with it. So yeah, anyway, It has been 5 hours. I'm really hungry. So I'm going to go and get some food. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Sorry, that was very fast. Thank you so much. I nearly missed that. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your patience with dealing with the Q&A. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue to use it next time. I like it and I don't like it at the same time. I like both sides of it. I can see the benefits of each. So do let me know in the comments or something if you enjoyed it. If you liked this video, feel free to give it a like. It means a lot to me and it helps kind of share my channel with other people as well. So thank you so much if you choose to do that. Thank you to all my mods. You are absolute lifesavers every single time. I have no idea how I'd be able to cope with the live streams if my amazing mods weren't here. So please always be kind to the mods and please say thank you because they do such an amazing job. And yeah, I will see you next week for another video. And yeah, thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you for sending me all of your love and support, and anyone who supported the channel further. It means a lot. And I will see you in the next video. Okay. Bye. And outro.